Dear all, welcome to this side event here at the Nordic Pavilion on accelerating energy transition in Asia. Welcome to the audience, welcome to you online. This event is organized together with UNEP, Copenhagen Center of Climate, the CICERO Center for International Climate Research in Oslo, and Terry School of Advanced Studies in New Delhi, and we also have the BCI group presented from Beijing. I will present the speakers first. We'll have a good collection of prominent speakers here today. It's Søren Lytken, he's a senior finance advisor at UNEP in Copenhagen. We have Bhavya Batra, who is a PhD scholar at Terry SAS. We have Ashley Liu, who's the marketing director at BCI Group. And for the panel debate afterwards, we will also meet Gopal Sarangi, who's an associate professor at Terry SAS. My name is Solveig Aamodt. I'm a senior researcher at CICERO, and I'll leave the floor now to Søren Lytken for his presentation.
Thank you, Solveig. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, you don't need to applaud yet. I haven't said anything yet. First of all, thanks for the invitation for speaking here at this event. And for those of you who had expected to see my colleague Jorlun Chön, I have to disappoint you, he's not here. But he's in fact the driving force behind a lot of the activities that we are undertaking on particularly energy efficiency and cooling in Asia. And I promised to convey a few notes on what we are doing, particularly in India and in Vietnam, where we have had quite a few activities going on, particularly on district cooling, a program in India and several cities where we have been promoting the concept of district cooling. But we're also working on passive solutions to reduce the demand for cooling simply by cooling units, housing units, by passive means. The same thing we've been doing in Vietnam, reducing the demand side, first of all, also through passive means, also to reduce heat islands and cities where demand for cooling is the highest. So those are technology solutions, and they are demand side focused. I think the main problem we still have for those solutions is that we are still generating the energy for those solutions from fossil fuel-based energy generation. So that's somehow ironic that we are pumping the atmosphere full of planet heating gases in order to keep small spaces cool. It works a bit like a fridge. Right? So we heat up the room space in order to have a small space for ourselves available, which is cold. So we cannot get around the energy transition of Asia without looking at the supply side as well. We have to decarbonize the supply side. But of course, the less energy we use for cooling purposes, the less generation capacity we need which is the real problem here. So one thing is the technologies. We have the technologies; they are available in both the generation side, but also on the demand side for cooling. I think where we are shifting our attention now is to the implementation modalities. And how do we get those projects implemented? What we've been doing in Vietnam and in India is to demonstrate that these technologies and solutions are feasible, maybe even viable, but we haven't really demonstrated how we make them financeable. And that is where we are moving in that direction now. A recent initiative that we've been taking is the establishment of the global ESCO network. And I have to There's exhibit number 1 here. I will leave it at the exit. Microphone. Yeah, that was exhibit number 1, which illustrates the global ESCO network, which is an initiative we took 4 years ago to promote the private sector investment in energy efficiency services. I know in India we have EESL, which was one of the front runners on what then was considered sort of the best-in-class ESCO model, a large-scale purchase rolling out of energy-efficient bulbs was the first example. But what we're seeing ESCOs generally doing is, in fact, not the single technology focus, but rather systems approaches where you consider not only the cooling unit, but in fact, what we've been demonstrating in India and Vietnam, the entirety of the system, that you reduce heat islands, first of all, to reduce demand. You do passive cooling of housing to reduce demand for powered cooling. And then you invest in a system of energy efficiency equipment and components that optimize the energy consumption or reduce the energy consumption as much as possible, and make a business out of it. And that is the whole point here, that the energy efficiency or the energy efficient cooling as well is in fact a profitable investment that can pay itself back. And that is what the ESCO model is in fact based on, when the ESCO is making a business out of saving energy. ESCOs are not welcome everywhere, or at least, well, it's not that we're not hostile to them, but they're not promoted sufficiently, which is why we think that global ESCO network is a necessary initiative to put the ESCO on the climate change agenda. So we hope that, well, having technologies available, but also having the implementation modalities available is the way forward for the energy transition of Asia.
Okay, thank you very much, Søren. Bhavya, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bhavya. I'm a PhD scholar at Terry School of Advanced Studies, and today I'll be speaking on solar energy transition in India and its linkages with SDGs. So just to give a little bit of background about why it's important to integrate the SDGs into the energy transition, especially in Asia, is because most countries have dual objectives: to undergo decarbonization, but at the same time tackle energy poverty and other developmental challenges which are rooted in different SDGs. However, climate and development agenda is often treated as separate and implemented parallelly, despite the many interlinkages when they should be integrated. So clean energy transition can be seen as a link between these two agendas, because transitioning from renewable energy, from fossil fuels to renewable energy is not only crucial for decarbonization, but it is also rooted in the SDGs, most explicitly as Goal 7. However, it's also important to understand that this transition is not just technological. It has important economic, social, and political implications, which are again aligned with the different SDGs. And as all SDGs are interconnected, there exist many co-benefits, but there are also important trade-offs. And I think that's why it's important to shift our focus from a mere energy transition to a just energy transition that should enhance the synergies and manage the trade-offs, especially at the local level. So just to give a little bit of background also about India, it's an important country. It has a unique position. On one hand, it has ambitious renewable expansion targets, and it is undergoing the energy transition, but it has to undergo this transition amidst the various income and gender inequalities that already exist. It has to tackle the problem of energy poverty and energy access, especially to the poor. So just transition can act as an important opportunity for India to fulfill both of these goals. But for that, I think it's important that we also expand the interpretation of just transition to integrate the SDGs into the just transition discourse and view the energy transition from a holistic lens, from both justice and sustainability lens. So my argument in my research is that inequality can act as an important and an interesting focal point to do exactly just that. Reducing inequality is a significant component of both just transition as well as sustainability. It is present explicitly as goal 10, but it has alignment with almost all of the SDGs. That's why it's become important to understand the inequality implications of the solar energy transition. And this lens can help in integrating the two agendas, not only at the macro level, but also at the local level, and to enable a just transition at the local level. So just to give a little bit of empirical cases from the literature and from the preliminary findings from the field, and I'll be collecting more data. So if we talk about utility scale solar projects, such as large solar parks, their land plays an important role, and acquiring that land can have important inequality implications. It can reinforce the existing inequalities of land ownership, and it can exclude the landless and the already marginalized. There is loss of traditional livelihood, and the new jobs that are created are limited, mostly in the construction phase of the project, and these opportunities cannot be accessed by that much by women. Also, there are cases in the literature where the community dialogues were influenced by the large-scale farmers, and there was lack of representation of the marginalized. Then similarly, for decentralized solar projects, since most of the schemes target the landowners, there can be a possibility. Of course, there exist many synergies, but there can also be a possibility of excluding the non-land owners, which are the landless laborers and women. There could be the gender impacts, because the increase in energy access, the opportunities that come up, they might not be equally accessible to women as their male counterparts due to the societal norms and the different responsibilities. So because there exist some structural barriers that need to be understood before making the policies, so that they do not reproduce the inequality and they do not act as trade-offs. So I'll just close with the key messages that could also frame the panel discussion later, is that energy transition can act as an opportunity, but for that I believe it's important to also look at the inequality implications, and to view the policies should be made from a holistic perspective, from a justice and sustainability lens. Thank you. Over to you, Ashley.
Hello, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. And today I want to share is a good issue to talk about the accelerating the energy transition in Asia. And today I'm bringing the topic of the super energy complexes, China, computing infrastructure, green decarbonization solution called the super energy complex. So today, I have three key messages to transfer to the audience. The first is about the AI computing power. The second one is why we choose Datong as the computing infrastructure green energy hub in China. And the third is about the how and why we choose the super energy complex as the China decarbonization computing infrastructure solutions. So as the climate change has been a global conscious and industry responsibilities, as we all know, the computing infrastructure has accounts for the 1 to 1.5% electronic consumption worldwide. So the related entities must of computing infrastructure must respond more to the decarbonization. Yeah. So as to the computing power acceleration, the challenges in industrial and energy transition, that has four different aspects that may influence the decarbonization of computing infrastructures. The first one is about the first one is about the traditional power system cannot support the local absorption of new green energy by data centers. And second is about the existing urban facilities cannot meet the development of data industry clusters. And the third aspect is about the zero taxation and low employment of the area that the computing infrastructure developed. And the fourth is about the instability of renewable energy generation restricted by hyperscale development. So this is the fourth aspect that affect the development of hyperscale green computing infrastructure development. So this is a map of the worldwide, where the computing infrastructure hub clustered, especially we all know the Virginia has been the Americans maybe existing the 40% of American computing infrastructures it has gathered, and especially the North Virginia, and it was called the Dallas Technology Centers of America. And in contract, in Datong, why we choose Datong as a new solution, new green computing infrastructure hub in China, that is, Datong is famous as a coal city in China. But we have in these years the energy transition and about the computing infrastructure, computability, transformation is global issues. But in Datong, it has a lot of advantages. Just as the slide size, we have the Datong is in the Greater Beijing area. It has great take the geographic advantages of the transportation, the network, and meanwhile, the Datong has abundant of resources, not just the few ones. Fossil ones, it has abundant of solar and wind, different kinds of renewable energies, very abundant renewable energies. Meanwhile, Datong is a traditional industrial city in China, so it has very fluently of skilled workers and a variety of industries that can support the computing infrastructure developed. So this is why we choose Datong as a pilot city to develop the new infrastructure solutions of super energy complex. And here I want to show what is a super energy complex, and this is a slide that contains the resource that the super energy clusters that it needs. Firstly is about the energy, and the second is about the equipment, and the third is about the campus building abilities, and the fourth about the network. All of this can be wholly formed the full stack plus all factors platform for China's computability infrastructures. And in Datong, the city has the factors and the resources for the super energy complex development. And this slide is about how we lay out in Datong. Firstly, it's about, we call it a layout of one horizontal, one vertical, 3 zones, and multiple campuses. And as to the one horizontal, it refers to the energy flow, and the one vertical refers to the one horizontal refers to the energy flow, and the one vertical refers to the information flow. 3 zones is based on the different resource abilities. So we have formed this one is the network core, and this is the computing core, and this one can be stored as the storage core. And in these 3 zones, we develop different kinds of computing infrastructures, and wholly this is a city solution for the development of the city's computing infrastructure development. So meanwhile, not only resources we need, not only the architectures we need, and meanwhile we have to have the technology development and upgrades. Contains about the localization of green energy consumption, the localization of fully fabricated equipment manufacturing, and the shared extended range energy storage station technologies, and waterside natural cooling technologies. All of these technologies are the essential factors to finally complete the super energy complex. And we aim to, with our efforts, we aim to have all of the, we believe that we finally will achieve the decarbonization. We will reduce the carbon footprint in all factors, the whole industry of computing infrastructures. And this is what we have to do to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And we have park carbon neutrality for the scope 1, and the energy carbon neutrality for scope 2, and the industrial chain carbon neutrality for the scope 3. So all of this is, for the industry side, we have different works for the localization of talent industry chain, the investor chain, the resource chain. All of this will firmly enhance the ESG of the computing infrastructure globally. So finally, I want to say that we aim to find a new way new solution of future to help to find industry solution to that we can no longer sacrifice the planet, the environment, and to form a environmental future for our next generations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. I'll also give a short presentation here on the possibilities for climate leadership through minilaterals in Asia's energy transition. So minilateralism and climate clubs has come up a lot, especially after the Paris Agreement in 2015, as a new solution, because we see that it's what we can do here at COP, what countries can do here at COP, it's not sufficient to reach the Paris goals. So minilateral or climate clubs, even expanding to more multilaterals outside of the UNFCCC, where countries cooperate and make agreements between them, is something that we see happening a lot, and there are new initiatives coming all the time. And a project that we have that's called InGreen, India's ambitions for becoming a global green leader. We're looking at these different kinds of partnerships. And one of them we're looking at is the Just Energy Transition Partnership. It's a funding mechanisms from G7 countries and friends. So many of the Nordic countries are involved in these partnerships. And it's mainly to coal-dependent countries. So there are partnerships with South Africa, Indonesia, and Vietnam. India has been more reluctant, and this is also because much of this, the conditions are set by the donor countries. So a lot of the funding is loans, and we know that this is already an issue that's discussed a lot in climate finance, that should most of it be, most of what's provided from the developed countries are loans or something that has conditions that are not always favorable to the countries receiving them. So this is a discussion currently, but we see that these partnerships are also increasing, and many countries are entering into them, and it's quite popular for the donor countries to be part of these JETPs, as their abbreviation. Another initiative is from India. It's the International Solar Alliance, and it's one of the few of these climate clubs that are led from the Global South. So the main aim of ISA is to have solar power installed in more of the developing world, and they especially focus on Africa. So there are many different programs under the ISA focusing on bilateral agreements, and the whole ISA has a lot of members, so a lot of members can cooperate in different ways through the ISA. And the biggest challenge for the ISA is to raise sufficient funding. So they're working a lot to raise funding to actually implement the programs in African countries. And what we look at in the project is this can be sort of a missing link between the challenge that is currently there, that donor countries have some interests, while the receiving countries may find those conditions difficult. And we also see that this could maybe be a role for India to be a more flexible player than what is currently the sort of locked situation at the COPs in the UNFCCC, where India is very much a representative of the G77 group, and where you still, even though things have changed a little bit, there's still this turf war between the global north and south when it comes to most of the issues that are discussed, also on finance. I think that will be my last slide, and we'll go over to the panel session. I would say thank you to Bhavya, and welcome Gopal for questions. And hopefully towards the end we will have some room for questions from the audience, so prepare your questions if you have anything that you're interested in asking. We looked at very different aspects of the Asian energy transition now. I want to ask Gopal first if you have any comments to the presentations, and also like sort of how would you see the main overarching questions of how these social and environmental concerns can be integrated in the energy transition at different levels. They have the local, the national, and also the international level in Asia.
Thank you, Selvig. Very good morning to all of you. This is an interesting session on the just transition issues. I'll just reflect back the issue of transition, which is being debated widely. The first thing that I'd like to emphasize is that the issue of transition is quite complex, and it's actually not smooth. So you have to be very careful when you transit from the current regime to a new regime, which will be basically built on the green energy. I'll bring some examples to this complexity. One of the issues is basically the scale that you're talking about, or what scale, because the discussion is primarily at a very central scale. But if you look at actually how the transition is unfolding, so the most important point for us to look at how it is going to unfold at a decentralized and very micro scale. And that is often being ignored. Because if you look at the transition debate, it's more like transiting from coal to renewables, which is happening at a very large scale, of course, in multiple countries, particularly in developing countries. But if you understand this question of transition at a micro scale, the issue is completely different. I'll just like to bring in certain developments is happening, which are also drawn from some of the projects that I'm currently undertaking. One of these that how the incentive structure is going to be disconnected. Why is it so? Let's, for example, you want to get into rooftop-based solar PV. Now, certain incentives which are routed through grid, because if you're expecting that it will be off-grid, of course it is expected that the rooftop would be connected to grid. But if it is going to be off-grid or disconnected, so the incentive structures routed through grid would completely be collapsed. The most important example is the DSM measures. Let's say you want to control energy efficiency you talked about. Let's, for example, you think of bringing DSM through time of the day tariff, peak tariff. If you're not, and all these are routed through the grid. If you're not relying on, let's, for example, I'm a household, I'm not relying on grid. So why should I follow the DSM incentive structure? So there is some kind of disconnect. We need to understand those disconnects at a ground level. Second is the rate of change. Basically, there is a debate going on whether you really want to focus on incremental change or you want to focus more on the radical change. Because incremental change has less negative impacts. And that is expected that is why the focus has been, is that importantly, the emphasis should be on incremental change rather than radical change, because you do not know the level or the size of the magnitude of disruption that might emanate from the change. And the real example, the coal sector. Third, I'll come to the example which is drawing from Bhavya's presentation, that there is a lot of discussion on water, energy, food, climate nexus. And if I draw the example from India again, so there has been a traditional focus on the diesel-based agro pump sets. Now we are going to solar-based pump sets, and as a result of which, the complete incentive structure again is getting changed, because you have an option. Earlier, the narrative was that you extract only water from ground and sell it to the poor farmer. Now the narrative is getting changed. You get water from ground, you sell it, or you have an option that you can sell back the energy to the grid. So this basically is creating different kind of business possibilities even within the developers in different states in India. So these are very, I mean, there is also another change which is happening in terms of, I can, if time permits, I'll come back to that. But I think these are essentially the issues when you talk about transition issues at the very micro scale. Thank you, Selvig, again for this question and opportunity.
Thank you very much. You talked about the incentives and the different structures, and I'm wondering how this kind of looks from the private company side. Are there any examples from the private sector side? So I would like to ask Ashley if you have some. How is the dealing with this, the public actors, private actors, and how does this landscape look? Do you have any examples that you can throw on?
Sound is good. Just as I was just presented, the private sector and the society must cooperate together. It's not just a fires for the decarbonization of the industry. It's not just affairs for the government. It's not affairs just for the private sectors. Meanwhile, it's not always not just a sector for the society. It has to be do the cooperation for the different sectors together. And meanwhile, as different, I just have a case just in the infrastructure industries, and it must cooperate with the different resources, cooperate with the different sectors, and cooperate with different. Meanwhile, plus with the technology upgrades, all of this need to be together. It's not just a single ones that. So I think the most importantly is to think these issues as a full stack, wholly things, an aggregation of different industries, different factors. All of this together can maybe reduce. I believe it will reduce the footprint of carbon. So this is what I think. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And you all had very good examples, both from India and from China. So then I'll turn more to the outside perspective. So maybe from Søren, from the UNEP, and from maybe more of a Nordic view on the world. How do you see what are the main challenges for achieving energy transition in Asia?
Sure. I think it's not more than 2 years ago that the global addition of solar PV generation could only just keep pace with the addition of cooling technology. So we actually didn't really decarbonize the grid. We just made sure that the additional cooling was fueled by renewables. And that clearly is not sustainable. I mean, now we're overtaking that rate, but we cannot make the energy transition without energy efficiency. Even now, after the prices of solar and wind have fallen dramatically over the past 10 years, the return on investment on energy efficiency on average is still 50% higher than on renewables. The only problem we have is that the investment models do not reflect that. So we are lacking finance for the most profitable climate solution around. And as I mentioned before, when the energy service companies are making it their business to profit from exactly the investments in energy efficiency. But we cannot rely on them without making sure that the regulatory environments reflect that. And I think it's exactly the same as you were mentioning, when the regulation that we put in place will affect what we put in place. And if we don't get the regulation right, we don't get the implementation right. And that is exactly the point with energy efficiency. The regulations that are driving, or that should be driving energy efficiency, are simply not adequate. The publication that I was just showing before is an annual publication that analyzes the regulatory barriers for energy service companies. What do they need, or what do we need to change in order to release the force of the private sector to promote and to invest in energy efficiency, based on not development capital, but based on private capital. And this will activate the commercial banks. It is a way to get the commercial banks engaged in energy efficiency investments. And we cannot do without that either. I mean, it has to be a combination of private capital for the most profitable emissions reduction alternatives around.
Then I'll ask a follow-up question. This goes to both the others as well. We'll ask Søren first. Do you see this change happening? And do you see this change happening in a socially and an environmentally just way? What Bhavya talked about, the inequality issues, is that sufficiently integrated in the integration of private capital and government efforts that is currently going on?
Should I go on that one also?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I think, in fact, the most unequal approach to providing, for instance, the cooling services is, in fact, just to allow the low-cost purchase and high-cost operation to be the general product in the market. It is more expensive in the long run. And that means that the poor households, while they can maybe afford a cheap air conditioner, the running of it becomes an issue. It becomes much more expensive. Over 3 years, it's more expensive for the poor household to cool their home than it would be for the wealthier household that can afford to buy the more expensive equipment, because the running costs are significantly lower. So unless we get that sort of a shift in the market, and one thing that at least I'm experimenting with is the idea of you buy your equipment including the next 3 years of electricity consumption, because that will reflect the cost of ownership. The cost of ownership is not just buying the thing, it's also operating it. So a pricing structure that reflects the cost of ownership would be significantly helpful in moving towards a more efficient energy system.
Okay. And Gopal, do you have any follow-up comments to these issues of integrating different development goals in the green transition?
I think it's a very valid question that you raised, Salvik. I think the important point is, as I said, that we should actually create a portfolio of approach, considering both, all possible scales. I just wanted to give this example in the last time, is that basically there has been, particularly in electricity sector globally, and that also reflects what is happening in India, that the regime is getting changed not only in terms of moving from a fossil-based energy system to a non-fossil or greener energy system, also the regulatory mode, because the entire electricity sector was actually governed or primarily regulated. Now we are actually gradually unfolding it and moving from a highly regulated regime to a market-based regime. And since, and everybody, and most of the countries globally is that, as you rightly said, it's private capital driven. The most important point is that when we are actually allowing private sector to take the lead role, so it is also important to regulate. But what would be the balancing factor? How do you actually allow market to optimize the growth? At the same time, you also regulate so that the just transition issues are taken care of. And the glaring example, I'll give this example, drawing from what is happening in the renewable energy field in India, is about the auctioning. So you started from the pricing discovery mechanism, right? So you started controlling the pricing mechanism approach, and then you are allowing market to play an important role. And in the process, what has been observed is that there has been some side effects, some negative effects. One of those is basically that there are a lot of mergers, acquisitions happen. Decentralized small-scale interventions are no more there. It's more large-scale. And as has been pointed out by Bhavya in her presentation, basically there are issues related to land, related to water, all that. And all those probably be minimized if you actually more prioritize on the decentralized interventions. So you have to take a very cautious approach when it talks to looking at energy transition at different scales. Who are the players? What kind of stakeholders? What kind of engagement is happening? Whether it will be regulation or market. So there is a whole lot of complex issues. You have to go carefully, think about it, and then start intervening. That's the point that I'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley, do you have any comments on these issues of integrating different concerns in the solutions that you know of?
It's not the energy transformation has been in good progress, and everything goes well. As I know, in China, just as a super energy complex in Datong City, just this China solution in Datong City has burning nearly $20 billion in green investment in this city, and it has got aggressively, comprehensively GDP investment about $100 billion in this city, and it creates more than 10,000 engaged of workers, and everything goes in well. And I think not only the private sectors and not only the society are also put very important conscious in this factor. So I think everything is going to well. And meanwhile, as to the energy side, the fossil energy is I think is aggressively being done, and the variety of green energies will be upside, and this is very so. It's just not a kind of energy transformation or transition. It's also a kind of economic transition of the world. So, yeah.
I have more questions for you, but I would like to open the floor if anyone from the audience would like to ask something. Do you have any questions? Yes? Would you wait for the microphone? So please state your name and a brief question, please.
My name is Ulrik Andersen from Stockholm University. I just have a question to you, sir. And you were saying that it was difficult to find in the capital for the most profitable solutions. Can you just make that extremely clear for me? Why is that? And what can be done about that?
It's not a simple answer, because it depends on your implementation modality. If we're looking at the energy service companies, their implementation model is based on the profits coming from saving energy on equipment which is installed at their client's premises. So they are buying the equipment, they install it at a factory or in a building, and when they go to the bank and ask for financing of that model, the bank would say, fine, you have the cash flow, I can see that, when your client is paying, but where's your collateral? Well, the collateral is sitting at my client's premises. Well, then you don't have control over it. I can't use that as collateral. Do I have something else? No, I do not, because my business is to have my equipment sitting at the client's premises. And it stops there, basically. So the only access that ESCOs have to capital is their equity. So they are simply forced to rely on organic growth based on how many times they can rotate their own capital. But in order to accelerate that, you need to have external capital. You need to have the banks accept that the collateral is sitting somewhere else, or you need to establish an alternative collateral structure, a guarantee model, for instance, that can replace that collateral that's sitting in the wrong place. So that's for the ESCO model. The other financing challenge is in fact not a financing challenge, that's an attention challenge. Most energy consumers don't really consider their energy consumption. I mean, we are in Scandinavia. I mean, even though we have the highest costs of energy on the planet, at least we do in Denmark. I'm not sure how that goes in Sweden and Norway, but we do at least in Denmark. And I see my energy bill once a year, and I don't know how it's composed, and I might not even see it because it goes automatic payment to the bank, so I don't even know what my energy bill is. So I don't care. When I go to the white goods shop and I buy my equipment, I can look at when the energy what label that says I can choose one these models, but it doesn't tell me how much it actually costs to operate the new fridge or the new freezer. So disclosure is one thing, to have attention to the fact that energy actually costs something. I think it's very important. It goes for industry, it goes for private households, it goes for everyone, that the attention to the fact that energy actually costs something and that you can do something about it is simply lacking.
I think we have to close there. So that's the closing remark. Energy actually costs something, and we have to solve these issues in integration. We have to think about inequality. We have to solve it at the local level with actors across private and public sector with the right incentives, the right regulations, and cooperation between countries, even between the far poles of the Nordic countries and the giants of China and India in Asia. So thank you very much to all of you for coming, and thank you to the Nordic Pavilion for allowing us to host this event, have this event here. You've been great hosts. Thank you to the audience, to those online, and of course our great participants today. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Niklas Hallberg. I'm the climate lead at the United Nations Environment Program based in Nairobi. So welcome to all the ones in the room, to our guest who I will introduce shortly, and to our participant online. Today the event is called The Path to a Fossil Fuel Phase Out, and we will have about 45 minutes to go through all the topics. We're going to go from the production gap report in deeper into how the phase down can actually happen. Starting with the production gap report. The production gap report is a complementary analysis to UNEP's emission gap report, where we go deeper into a sector, namely the fossil fuel sector, and where we look at the policy discrepancies between a sectoral plans, projections, and climate ambition. The production gap report is now in its 4th year, and the findings are quite clear. There is a clear policy discrepancy, and we have not yet put the fossil fuel sector on a 1.5-degree pathway. The planned expansion of fossil fuels is still something that the COP here in Dubai is grappling with. And many say that if we can't get some text on fossil fuels as an outcome from COP28, that this COP would not be a success. So I hope we can also, with our panelists, go in a little bit into this discussion. In terms of the science and the numbers, they are clear. Emissions hit a record high of 57.4 gigaton in 2022. Fossil fuels account for some 90% of the carbon dioxide part of the emissions. And if we cannot cut emissions by more than 40% from 2019 levels to the 2030 levels, we are not able to deliver on the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement temperature targets. So fossil fuel production and demand must rapidly decline, and we need to see that production and the just transition in the energy system takes place. So today, our speakers will go deeper into this topic. Ploy Achakulvisut, who is our first speaker, will give an overview of the findings of the production gap report. And Ploy is the lead author for the report and also a research fellow at the Stockholm Environment Institute. Our second speaker is Thea Birgit Erfjord, who is the coordinator for climate and nature at SPIRE. SPIRE is a youth-led environment and development organization, and she will talk about how we can phase out fossil fuel, what the solutions are. Harro van Asselt is a Hatton Professor of Climate Law at the University of Cambridge, and he will be talking about the international cooperation and the policy sphere of the phase down that we need. And as we only have 45 minutes, I would like to invite Ploy up to the podium and present the PGR. And you can use this one.
Thank you very much, Niklas, and thank you to you all for being here today. So I'll be sharing results and key findings and policy implications from our 2023 production gap report. So as Niklas mentioned, this report tracks the misalignment between the levels of fossil fuel production being planned and projected by governments and those consistent with the Paris Agreement's temperature goals. This year's report was produced by the Stockholm Environment Institute in collaboration with Climate Analytics, E3G, IASD, and UNEP. And we had contributions from over 80 experts spanning 30 countries worldwide, so I'd like to acknowledge everyone's contributions too. Okay, right, let's get right into it. So to quantify the global production gap, we first identify the global pathways of fossil fuel production that would be consistent with limiting global warming to 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius, as shown in this figure by the purple and green lines and their respective interquartile ranges. These pathways represent total coal, oil, and gas supply intended for all energy and non-energy uses and are informed by selected mitigation scenarios from the IPCC Sixth Assessment Report. In a nutshell, these model-generated scenarios essentially chart out cost-optimized pathways for transforming our energy and land use systems for achieving net zero CO2 emissions by relying on different combinations and extents of major mitigation strategies. Next, we estimate the so-called government plans and projections, or GPP pathway, shown by the red line. So this represents our estimate of the global levels of fossil fuel production implied by governments' existing plans and projections based on our review of recent and publicly available national energy outlooks and strategies of 19 major fossil fuel producing countries that altogether account for around 80% of global production. Their combined production levels are then scaled up to derive a global estimate based on their estimated future shares of global production as modeled by the International Energy Agency, or IEA, under a scenario where countries fulfill their existing policies. And so the production gap is the discrepancy between the global levels of fossil fuel production under the government plans and projections pathway and those consistent with 1.5 or 2 degrees C in any given year. In this figure, we also show the global levels of fossil fuel production implied by governments' stated climate policies and by governments' existing net zero and other climate pledges, as shown by the solid and dashed gold lines. So here are the key findings from our 2023 report. We find that in aggregate, governments still plan to produce in 2030 around 110% more fossil fuels than would be consistent with limiting warming to 1.5, and 69% more than would be consistent with limiting warming to 2 degrees C. As you can see from this figure, the global production gap with respect to both temperature limits grows wider out to 2050. And we find that since we first started to track this metric back in 2019, the size of the global production gap, especially with respect to the 1.5 degrees C line, and in 2030 has remained largely unchanged. And so despite encouraging signs of an emerging clean energy transitions and growing ambitions and net zero pledges, the persistence of the global production gap puts a well-managed and equitable energy transition at risk and also conflicts with governments' commitments under the Paris Agreement. So the production gap can also be shown and quantified in terms of its component fuels, plotted here in energy units, which allows for the most direct comparison to the model outputs of the IPCC scenarios. So as you can see from the purple pathways in this figure, global production of coal, oil, and gas declines substantially and rapidly between now and 2050 to stay on track with the 1.5 degrees C goal. However, as shown by the red pathways, government plans and projections would collectively lead to an increase in global coal production until 2030 and in oil and gas production until at least 2050, which is the end year of our analysis. In 2030, government's production plans and projections would lead to around 460% more coal, 29% more oil, and 82% more gas than would be consistent with 1.5. And you can also see the disconnect between the planned levels of fossil fuel production under government plans and those implied by their existing climate policies and climate pledges. So given that government's production plans and targets help to influence, legitimize, and justify continued fossil fuel infrastructure and investments, there's a real risk that such plans are undermining the needed energy transition and also creating risks of stranded assets. In this year's report, we also explore for the first time the equity implications of governments' existing production plans and projections. So while it's beyond the scope of our analysis to provide differentiated global fossil fuel reduction pathways for different countries and regions, as explored in our 2020 production gap report and informed by the growing literature on this topic, an equitable transition should recognize that country circumstances differ widely depending on their financial and institutional capacity, as well as their relative levels of socioeconomic dependence on fossil fuel production. These two indicators are quite simplified, but they nonetheless help to capture the broad challenge when considering equity implications. And so if we were to take income level per the World Bank classification and as a broad proxy for transition capacity, and we were to aggregate the government plans and projections pathway by income level, as shown in this figure, we find that the levels of planned coal, oil, and gas production by 10 high-income countries alone would already exceed the 1.5 consistent pathway by 2040. If we were to repeat this exercise, but instead group countries by their relative levels of socioeconomic dependence on coal, oil, and gas production, we find that the plans of 12 countries alone with relatively lowest levels of dependence would exceed the 1.5 degrees C consistent pathway also by 2040. And so without proactive engagement and discussion between parties, there's a real risk that a global fossil fuel phase-out will be highly inequitable, fail to support vulnerable communities, and further erode trust in global cooperation on climate action. And hopefully we can get into this a bit later, and Haro might touch on it too. So in sections 2.3 and 2.4 of Chapter 2 of our report, we go into quite a lot of detail, analyzing individual and subsets of 1.5C aligned global coal, oil, and gas reduction pathways, informed by both the IPCC and the IEA's Net Zero by 2050 or IEA NZE scenario. And today I just wanted to highlight three key takeaways from this section. Firstly, to keep the 1.5 degrees C goal in reach, the global production and consumption of all three fossil fuels need to decline substantially between now and 2050. And this occurs alongside other key strategies like scaling up renewable energy, improving energy efficiency, reducing methane emissions from all sources, including from oil and gas production activities. And we also find that this is true regardless of whether a given scenario relies on the future large-scale deployment of carbon capture and storage or carbon dioxide removal later on. Second, the modeled reductions in coal, oil, and gas depend on and influence one another, especially in the near term. And so it's really important to set near and long-term reduction targets for all three, not just focus on coal. And finally, the pace and magnitude of the model reductions in coal, oil, and gas are particularly sensitive to model assumptions around CCS and CDR, especially for gas. And so if we were to take a more precautionary approach to limiting our reliance on these measures, we find that countries should be aiming for a near total phase-out of coal production and consumption by 2040 and cutting oil and gas combined by 75% relative to 2020 by 2050 at a minimum. In Chapter 3 of our report, we provide two-page summaries of country profiles for 20 countries that altogether account for 83% of global fossil fuel production and around 73% of consumption. And so you can explore kind of the profiles in detail, but they basically try to summarize each country's existing climate ambitions against their views and strategies on fossil fuel production, how they continue to support domestic and international production, and whether there are beginning to be policies and discourses towards a managed and equitable wind down of fossil fuel production. I just wanted to quickly highlight some key takeaways from all the 20 country profiles. So first, we find that 17 of the 20 countries have existing net zero emission pledges, and many have launched initiatives to reduce emissions from oil and gas production. However, none have committed to reduce coal, oil, and gas production in line with limiting warming to 1.5. In fact, many countries continue to support, invest in, and plan on the expansion of fossil fuel production. In particular, we find that many producer countries and also importers and consumers are promoting gas as an essential bridge or transition fuel, but with no apparent plans to transition away from it later. Nevertheless, there are some encouraging signs of change. In this year's report, we find that 4 countries have begun to develop scenarios for domestic future fossil fuel production by also considering what might happen if international or their own national climate goals were to be fulfilled. And we find that support for a just energy transition is growing, although such discourses and policies are still mostly limited to coal-fired power generation for now, and there's not a lot happening on oil and gas. So with that, thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to further discussions.
Thank you, Ploy. And then we will go over to Thea. And Thea, I believe you will speak from there, and you got a microphone there. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you for a really good introduction to the production gap report as well. So my name is Thea, as was said as well. I'm from Spire, which is a youth organization working on environment and development and towards climate justice and have like just solutions and equity in all of the pathways that we think of. So in front of COP, we had this campaign to try to address some of the powerful and dangerous narratives that we believe that Norway is enforcing in their climate policies, which I might come back to later if there's time. So we need a real ambition, a really ambitious solution, as you also say, and we have to have like it's impossible to have 100 and. We really need to reduce ambitions, and we have to do it really fast. So a really good presentation you had. Spire understands fall solutions as solutions that are presented as cutting more emissions than they actually do, often in favor of big companies and for the sake of profit instead of well-being, or solutions that might cut emissions but take advantage of or going on behalf of other less marginalized groups. So we think that the solutions that we try to have for a sustainable pathway and reduce fossil fuels, that it has to be without these false solutions. Examples of these could be countries and companies using carbon credits and setting these goals about net zeros, allowing them to continue to produce oil and gas, which also mentioned in the report, and still like just have some ambitions to say, yeah, we are doing net zero, but we are still just continue to produce oil and gas and look for more oil and as well. So, an important discussion that is happening here are also about the use of abated and CCS to continue producing oil and gas. And a very important discussion at COP28 is the unabated and abated, right? So, especially in Norway, we see that it's often used as a narrative to continue to produce and continue to look for more oil. As long as we have CCS, we can just continue to do this in this way that we already do. And in Norway, we have only reduced 5% of our emissions since 1990, so that's really not good. And we see the use of using CCS as the main solution. We see this as a false solution because it's acting like an excuse to not take other and more drastic emission cuts that are really necessary. And we also see a lot of other, as I was mentioned earlier, instead of doing the emission cuts at home or nationally, we may just use carbon credits and plant some trees elsewhere, and then not taking real emission cuts at home. So this is also often goes on behalf of other groups and other people. So we see, for instance, Red Plus, which is often lifted as a good example, also have some downsides, restricting access to forest and the communities living and using the forest, and we see that there's been promises of compensations for this, but it's been really low. So just to reinforce my point on that, we have to have just solutions forward. So We really need drastic cuts within this decade, and we need for governments and fossil industries to start doing these real cuts and not pledge for net zeros without also doing something with the oil and gas industries, and stop using these discourses about the future technology, which we see it's kind of dominating, especially in rich northern countries, that we can use a lot of technology just to get out of this crisis without doing something with the oil and gas industry. So we really have to stop that. We also in Spire, as a youth organization, we also see the current economic system as being part of this. So we also think that we have to look at solutions regarding to that, to stop, to look at a more sustainable economy that works more for human well-being within the planetary boundaries, for instance, downed economy, and work further on that. This is a long-term goal, of course, but in short term, we also need to, as mentioned, stop looking for oil and gas, phase out fossil fuels, stop subsidizing this. We need to transform the energy system, but focus on energy sufficiency for all, and reduce the total use of energy and more energy efficiency. So, because we're gonna need a lot of energy still, but we have to reduce the overuse and luxury use. So, and shifting also towards well-being as being the goal rather than profit. I think it's really important, and use less resources, value nature more, protect nature, and we can also have like more carbon capture in nature, in wetlands and forests, which if it's done in a just way, and social benefits and everything. And contribute to climate finance as well is so important, because we have to have this, it's not every country for himself, we have to have this global reduction. So that was just some points. Sorry for being a bit back and forth, but yeah, we'll probably go back to some of these things later as well. So.
Okay, thank you, Thea. And I will be coming back to the production gap report. Looks at different capabilities and abilities of countries to phase out fossil fuels, and Norway would probably be considered a very capable country with a diversified economy, so I would like to come back to that particular case. But before we go into that side, Haro, I would like to hand over for you for that policy discourse. What can be done?
Right. Thanks, Niklas. And thanks, Ploy, for excellent presentation of the production gap report. And congratulations to both of you in getting this published. Full disclosure, 5 years ago, I was part in a meeting with Niklas when we started planning the production gap report. So I'm very happy to see this being continue to be published every year now. So I'm going to make a few remarks on international cooperation, and also happy to answer any questions in the discussion later on. So my first point about international cooperation is maybe an obvious one, but it's also an important one, and that it's essential to achieve a just and orderly phase out of fossil fuels. Why is that so? Well, first of all, international cooperation can help address the risk that if countries start to address fossil fuel supply individually, unilaterally, there's always a risk of leakage. To what extent that plays out in practice is a question, but there is a risk of leakage of other countries increasing their supply in case certain countries start to reduce it. So to counter that risk, international cooperation is important. But perhaps more importantly, international cooperation can help support developing countries in managing this very challenging transition that they need to embark upon. So countries need to start planning for that transition. They will need technical support, they will need financial support, and again, through all of this, international cooperation will be key. And then lastly, of course, international cooperation will also be important because of what Ploy already pointed out, and I'll return to in a second as well, is that there are equity questions that linger in the background. Who should phase out when, who should go first? And again, international cooperation will be key to address that. The second very basic point is that, yes, the UN climate regime, the UNFCCC process that we're participating here today has a role to play in phasing out fossil fuels. Now, we know, of course, that for almost 30 years, so 3 decades, fossil fuels as a mitigation option barely featured in the negotiations. Paris Agreement doesn't even mention fossil fuels. We know all of this. But of course, we've seen a step change in the last few years. First, with the Glasgow Climate Pact, calling for a phase-out of unabated coal-fired power, and also a phase-out of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. So we're increasingly seeing some activity. We've seen the same repetition in the Sharm el-Sheikh action plan or implementation plan. And of course, we know that these issues are also on the negotiation and agenda right here in Dubai. But it's important to not repeat what we just stated in Sharm el-Sheikh and in Glasgow, which was focused only on coal-fired power. For coal-fired power, it only talked about a phase down. It talked about unabated coal-fired power. So there's a number of qualifiers. It didn't give a timeline. So there's a number of qualifiers and issues with that statement because they don't focus on all fossil fuels. They don't necessarily focusing on fossil fuel production that we talked about here today. So countries have an opportunity here to address some of these flaws in the global stocktake decision. And it was encouraging, for me at least, to see this morning's text that there was indeed, as one of the options, a call for a phase-out of fossil fuels in a just and orderly manner. Now, should such a call be agreed, I think it will provide a very important signal to policymakers, to businesses and investors, as well as other stakeholders, that indeed, something that The Guardian already called for, mentioned 8 years ago, that the fossil fuel era is coming to an end if we want to avert the worst climate impacts. But providing this signal, although it's important, I don't think it's the only role that the UNFCCC process can play. Also, countries individually, through their NDCs, through their long-term strategies, can start to put fossil fuel production in their plans. They can start to follow up on some of the points that have been made in the production gap and actually address fossil fuel production in light of the 1.5 degrees goal. Moreover, countries also can address climate finance. We know that there's the Article 2.1c goal of making financial flows consistent with the pathways towards low greenhouse gas emissions development. And here, again, we can start looking into both public finance and private finance provided to fossil fuel production and shift away from that, while simultaneously, of course, significantly increasing investment in clean energy, as well as the just energy transition. Now, while the UNFCCC very clearly has a role to play, we also know that some of the decision-making here can be bogged down in consensus-based decision-making, often leading to watered-down decisions, postponed decisions, or no decisions at all. So clearly, we also need to look at other options. And this is my third point, is that it's important to explore some of these other avenues that exist to leave fossil fuels in the ground. In the short term, I've been looking into this. This could take the form of a club when we already see some of these activities happening through the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, and as well as the Powering Past Coal Alliance. But of course, Powering Past Coal doesn't address coal mining as such. But we see a number of countries actually stepping up here and trying to come together. We see small island states doing this, LDCs doing this, as well as initially some fossil fuel producers, including Colombia. So in such a club, these first movers and vulnerable countries could put pressure also on larger producers, including the ones mentioned here, through concerted domestic diplomatic efforts, through civil society pressure, to ultimately also get these countries to move towards phasing down fossil fuel production. And of course, one of the common things that is often say, well, but what about the big fossil fuel producers? They're never going to join that. And maybe initially they might not, but we can see that things can shift. And I think one of the telling signs here is the United States joining the Powering Past Coal Alliance, which maybe some people 10 years ago would not have considered feasible. And then ultimately, such a club could also develop into a more full-fledged international agreement or a treaty. You've probably seen the call for a proposed fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, under which countries would first promise to not further explore or extract new fossil fuels, then phase down existing production, and make sure that there ultimately is an equitable transition away from fossil fuels. And this brings me, if I may, to my final point, which Ploy already mentioned also in her presentation. any international cooperation on leaving fossil fuels in the ground has to grapple with fundamental equity questions. And it's a bit unfortunate that this session is overlapping with another session at the CSO Hub, where the Civil Society Equity Review of today was presented, which actually very much dives deep into how such an equitable phase-out could look like. And the basic argument here is that those countries that have the most capacity, but also that are the least dependent on fossil fuels, should go first. So then we can think about countries like the United States, like Canada, like Norway, that clearly have a role to play in moving first. Then there might be other countries, such as the countries here in the Middle East, which may still have the capacity, but are still very heavily dependent. They might follow later. And then there's, of course, there's other countries like Angola, which have a very low capacity, but also are at the same time very highly dependent on fossil fuels, which might ultimately come last. But of course, also support plays a key role. And this is where even non-fossil fuel producing countries like Sweden, like Denmark, and other northern countries which are not necessarily dependent on fossil fuel production can still play a very important role in supporting developing countries in phasing out financially. Now, the answers to how much needs to be supported, who needs to go first, they might be difficult, but we need to discuss them. We need to grapple with them, because without addressing with these equity questions, we will not get international cooperation much further.
Thank you, Harro. And thank you to Ploy and Thea as well. So we now have about 15 minutes left. So I got a couple of questions for the panelists, but please also try to catch my eye if you have a question, and I will try to get questions from the audience as well. I believe the numbers are fairly clear. The carbon dioxide removal is not on a trend pathway yet that it could solve the problem. There is progress on scope 1 and 2 emissions. So there's the global methane pledge, trying to reduce methane emissions by 30%. There's just been here at this conference, there's been announcement of near total methane reduction from the production itself. We can see in the production gap report that there is the early stages at country level trying to deliver on a just transition. There's not that much on the collaboration. There is something on the jet piece. There's, you mentioned BOGA. There's powering past coal. There's the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. Do you think that's enough? What would you like to see in terms of the collaboration?
Right. Well, good question. So I do think that what we have is a very good starting point, but there is something missing in a number of these initiatives. So BOGA, I think, is a very recommendable initiative, but it does not include coal. So it's very specific for oil and gas, which may make sense, but at the same time, as Ploy also showed, we need to phase out coal by maybe 2040 already. So we also need to see them in relation to each other. Because if we're not phasing out coal as fast as we want to, then ultimately oil and gas need to phase out more faster. Yeah. So I think one of the challenges here is that we get piecemeal approaches rather than something overarching. Then powering past coal, as I already mentioned, doesn't discuss coal mining as such. So it very easily leaves countries like Australia off the hook by focusing purely on coal-fired power production. Then when it comes to the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, again, an initiative I support. It's an initiative driven by NGOs. Yes, there's support from countries increasingly, but we don't have any formal process. So at the moment, there's no country-driven process that actually tries to put this in place yet. Who knows what might change in the coming years, but at the moment, we haven't seen any negotiations launched. So if we're missing something, it's something that is holistic, that does cover all fossil fuels, and that does also look at the interrelationship between them, and of course informed by the science, including the production gap report.
Okay. The 20 countries that was assessed in the production gap report, they account for 82% of global fossil fuel production and for 73% of the consumption thereof. When you look at these 20 countries, there's quite a huge difference between the production and consumption. So there's many that produce a lot, consume a lot. US being one good example with the most production and the second largest consumption. But there's many countries also that produce a lot, but don't consume that much. So how could Norway, for example, and how could you as a youth and development organization push the government of Norway to taking a more proactive role in working with countries to help them diversify their economy and delivering a just transition for those countries that are heavily dependent on fossil fuels? Thea?
Yes, so we do often point a lot to Norway's responsibility and the burden that, if we are to say what is fair for Norway to contribute, you have to, I think it's 65, and I'm missing with numbers, but it's a really, we have a big responsibility for financing climate finance in all over the world as a big oil producer and also consuming a lot. So in Norway, we do have, they work a lot with financing energy in other countries, but we also have to focus more on financing adaptation, which they do a lot with forest initiatives. But we also, as I mentioned earlier, the forest initiatives is also sometimes a bit more complicated, looking at the well-being of people. So we have to do both, helping with finance on the mitigation part, the adaptation part, and the loss and damage part as Norway. And I think as a big contributor to oil and gas industry and a big consumer, we have a big responsibility, and this is not always reflected in the climate policies today. So this is not something we, as a youth organization, is really pushing forward to try to get Norway to take their fair share and burden. And I think, I think if someone else wants to add something, they can do that, but I think.
Okay, thank you. Ploy, somebody caught my eye and would like to ask a question. So, thank you. If you could kindly introduce your name and organization as well.
Yes. Hello, my name is Ingrid. I wear two hats, so University of Oxford and an NGO initiative called Carbon Balance Initiative. And I was sort of thinking whilst we were speaking about the cross-border collaboration, but also the gaps in regulation that we're seeing coming out, because we talk about pledges on new extraction, also across the field, as you were referring to. But what about regulating and collaborating on regulation of current extraction and putting conditions on fossil fuel production until 2050 to ensure we get to net zero? And I was more fascinated across the panel, but specifically to you, if you have come across anything that has inspired you in this space, basically.
Yeah. Thank you, Ingrid. Harro, I think that question largely came to you, and perhaps I'll add to it. Who would do those regulations? It would again come to that international collaboration, that who would be providing the guidelines?
Right. What are the different types of regulations and policies? Like, well, the simplest regulation is, of course, banning. Right, like it's banning new extraction, it's banning exploration, so it's not providing it's not providing any further licenses for exploration. So those would be in a way the simplest regulatory options that could be adopted. I don't think there needs to be a lot of lessons learning across different countries to share that, but even then, I guess one could discuss the policies that are in place. There is actually a database that collects a lot of these policies, the fossil fuel tracker, fossil fuel policy tracker, that actually collects all of these types of policies. What I find perhaps more interesting, and this is where lessons could be learned across different countries, is whether it's possible to put a certain climate test in place. And maybe, Ploy, you can talk about this as well. They discussed this in the UK, where there were a number of different options on the table, and one of them would have been more aligned with the production gap thinking, but I think ultimately the UK went for a type of test which was relatively wishy-washy and quite broad indeed. But I do think that in thinking about, well, what actually is possible based on the science, I think there could be further development. But maybe you want to add to that as well, because I think you've also thought about climate testing new fossil fuel production, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's sort of one thing we have seen. Actually, the UK last year tried to design something called a climate compatibility checkpoint for future oil and gas licensing. And they included in one of their considerations the global production gap. In the end, it kind of it wasn't a really sort of, okay, if these tests were to not pass, and it was more sort of informing their decisions. But I think that's sort of the key first step, is stopping new fossil fuel exploration. And I mean, in addition to these cost-optimized scenarios that kind of help us to identify the pathways we can be following, we also know from other research that the committed CO2 emissions from existing fossil fuel production and consuming infrastructure already exceed the 1.5 carbon budget, and so we'll also need to be retiring existing fossil fuel infrastructure early. And so it's a ginormous problem that we haven't thought about for so long, that now it's going to kind of take a lot of effort to ensure that the energy transition is non-disruptive, yet rapid and orderly enough to ensure that we can still keep the 1.5 degree C goal alive.
Thank you. We have quite a conundrum here to figure out. So we know that the situation, and at the same time we know how heavy dependence our societies and governments are on fossil fuels. So how do we plan this to go? I only have a chance for one more question. We got 4 minutes left. The gentleman in the front here, your name, affiliation, and a short question.
Thank you. Robert Watt, Stockholm Environment Institute. Harro, can you help us understand what an orderly phase down means?
All right, that was a quick question, and we would like to see a quick answer as well.
Orderly, presumes without chaos. And chaos, I think, in this sense, means with significant effects on equality. Right, so that those consumers poorest consumers face very high fossil fuel prices in the near term. And I think if that starts to happen, I think it will be very disorderly, because those consumers will not stay quiet. They will go out on the streets. They will protest against the transition policies that are put in place. Where that goes from there, I do not know, but that's what we were trying to avoid when we want to have an orderly transition.
I would like to add perhaps to that and then give to Ploy. The main message is don't leave it to fluke. Don't let just it happen and hope for the best. We know it's a super problem. We need to go in and we need to try to fix it and help with a just energy transition. That's our task, and it's going to be difficult for member states, civil society to come together on this topic. Ploy?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I think we've seen enough evidence over the past 30 years that market forces alone is not going to get us to a rapid, well-managed, equitable energy transition. And there's now what some researchers are calling the mid-transition, where you're going to have this coexistence of fossil fuel-based and clean energy-based power systems, and there's just no attention on the policy designs, implementations of how to coordinate this transition, right? And so at COP, we've seen some really exciting developments. I think it's 118 countries at least have pledged to support the tripling of renewable capacity, doubling energy efficiency goal, the global methane pledge. But what is still missing from this crucial puzzle is the fossil fuel side. I mean, as Nicholas mentioned, fossil fuels account for close to 90% of global CO2 emissions. So to complement all these developments, we also need, as a starting point, an acknowledgement of the true nature of the crisis, which is that we need to phase out all fossil fuels and to then send the right policy signals, and also that this phase out cannot happen equitably without the more higher income, higher capacity countries pledging finance, institutional support, technological transfers, truly concessional financing to help all countries, because the remaining carbon budget is so limited that there's not really room to achieve a truly fair, equitable transition. And so we just need to help get everyone to diversify their economies and energy systems, or leapfrog it altogether to clean energy as quickly as possible.
Excellent. We got 1 minute, and I've understood that they have an ability to electrocute me from there if I don't end the meeting. But one last question for Ploy. Based on the production gap report and all your discussions here, what are the 3 points that you would like the negotiators to take home and what they should consider for the COP28 outcome?
Well, the first one's kind of obvious. I think we really need to see the COP cover decision text and the global stocktake outcome recognizing the need to phase out all fossil fuels. Expanding the language to include oil and gas is really essential. As I presented, sort of they influence one another, and as Haro mentioned, we need to focus attention on all three of them, whereas for now, oil and gas is projected to keep increasing until 2050. Many countries are promoting gas as a transition fuel, and so expanding the scope to consider all three fossil fuels is really important. There's also equity tied to that, where the kind of majority of the coal fleet is now concentrated in developing countries, and so if oil and gas were to be phased out slightly quicker, and most oil and gas production is actually happening in high-income major economies, that could leave a little bit more room for coal-dependent emerging economies to go slightly slower. So there's that equity dimension in thinking about expanding the scope to cover all three fossil fuels. Secondly, if some qualifying term were to be included, like unabated, it needs to be well-defined, scientifically informed, so the IPCC has recommendations about the capture rates that should be required for coal and gas-fired power plants, for example. And finally, I think I just want to reiterate that a clean energy transition cannot just include focus on renewables and energy and methane. It needs to talk about the real root cause of the crisis, which is fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you, Ploy. And that brings us to the end of the session. The panelists will, I hope, be around for a few minutes after this, so please pull their sleeve and come and talk to them. Thank you to the audience in the room and our online participant. And with that, thank you all.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, actually, everyone. Minister, former President Grímsson, and dear guests, both here in the room and also online. I would really like to warmly welcome you to this very important session we are about to start, this forum, organized by Green by Iceland and Nordic Energy Research. My name is Hjalti Páll Ingólfsson. I'm the director of GEORG, which is a geothermal research cluster in Iceland, and I'm going to moderate this session today. The topic that we are about to discuss is of utmost importance. We can definitely say that we cannot achieve our goals of full just climate transition if we do not take gender and diversity seriously. The primary topic or objective of this forum is to facilitate in-depth examinations of the correlation between gender equality and climate actions, and how to shape and pursue the just energy transition for all. We especially want to highlight a few topics, highlight the Nordic model that we have, showcase women's impact in general, promote inclusivity, and then share some best practices from Iceland and from elsewhere. To do that, we have a great lineup of speakers, beginning with our Honourable Minister of the Environment, Energy and Climate in Iceland, Mr. Guðlaugur Þór Þórðarson, and following up with two panels that we want to discuss equality networks and efforts towards inclusivity, and then a second on best practices from Iceland. So with no further ado, I would like to invite Minister Guðlaugur Þór Þórðarson to the stage to give an opening speech.
Thank you, Hjalti, and ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Hjalti, and thank me for inviting me to the Nordic Pavilion at COP28 for this event, Empowering the Future, to explore the critical link between gender equality and reaching ambitious climate goals. I, though, have to admit, I do not understand why there is two pictures of you, Hjalti, but none of me. But this is not equality, you know. We have to do something about this. But this COP has put the spotlight on inclusiveness to leave no one behind. Like we heard, it's time to unite, act, and deliver. As leaders convene here to discuss the most urgent issues and solutions to accelerate the progress towards a healthier planet, we must acknowledge the role of women and diversity plays in that path. We are all drivers of the biggest transformational and systematic change the modern world has seen. However, facing today's climate crisis, the fact is that women and marginalized population worldwide are disproportionately impacted. Tackling the climate crisis and ensuring clean and affordable energy is the way forward to ensure a sustainable and prosperous future for generations to come. So is gender equality and reduced inequalities. These are 3 out of 70 goals of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Women make up half the world's population, yet the issue of equal opportunities and full empowerment of women in terms of participation, inclusion, responsibility and decision-making and more remains a challenge across the world, and different sectors meaning lost opportunities to make the most of our shared human potential. In the next 7 years, we must triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency in the world by 2030, according to the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, as crucial steps to achieve 1.5 degrees towards 2030. According to IRENA, it has also been estimated that in the next 30 years, the energy sector will grow by over 30 million employees, over threefold its size. Today, renewable energy employs about 32% women, compared to 22% in energy sector overall. In Iceland, 27% of the energy sectors are women. Although it has been reassuring to see that more and more women come into the sector in energy, still only makes up to 32% of the decision-making power of the industry. Research consistently shows that the diverse teams tend to yield more effective and impactful decisions. Embracing a variety of perspectiveness enhances the quality and effectiveness of our decision-making processes towards a sustainable transition. The lack of equality and diversity in the innovation and energy ecosystem is a missed opportunity for value creation and green transition. So we need more women on deck to accelerate the transition and support the growth ahead. The energy transition, and we need to ensure equal empowerment at the decision-making table. The shift towards renewable energy presents unprecedented opportunities for women as well as marginalized population, where the race towards securing sustainable energy and zero carbon emission is on. It's true, women worldwide are still disproportionately impacted, but we must not forget that progress has been made. The Nordics are not only innovators regarding renewable energy, but also leaders concerning equality and the participation and empowerment of women in the labour market, including the energy sector. Iceland has been harnessing renewable energy for over a century, but the journey of women's rights and gender equality started long before that. Now, for over a decade, Iceland has ranked #1 in the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index and is considered by many a role model when it comes to the advancement of women empowerment and gender equality. Icelandic women have fought hard to achieve this. Iceland's story shows that unity of strong women and advocates of gender equality have collectively and steadfast pushed boundaries by challenging status quo and finding new ways for the benefit of the entire society, men and women. Systematic and legislative changes have played a role, including the Act on Equal Status and Equal Rights of Women and Men, an Equal Pay Act and certification, and so has Iceland's electoral system and gender quotas. Today, 80% of women in Iceland are active in the workforce. Women occupy about 42% of managerial roles. Women make up to 66% of graduates from university, hold 30 of country's 63 parliamentary seats, led by Prime Minister Mrs. Katrín Jakobsdóttir. Government of 12, where 5 are women. In Iceland, women stand on the shoulders of the pioneering women and change makers that came before them. Our path can serve as an example to others and inspire, but there is still work to be done. In Iceland, just as in all other countries. In October this year, tens of thousands of women and non-binary community in Iceland laid down their work to bring the attention to equality for the entire day, including the Prime Minister. Through cross-border cooperation, we raise awareness of the barriers concerned with the lack of equality and diversity and can identify the right path towards unite, act and deliver. Good luck with the discussion and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your encouraging words. And I apologize for the picture. I don't know what that was. I'm trying to increase my visibility, but not this way. Apologies over that. So now I think it's a time for the panel, the first panel of today, or the panel number 1 of 2. And for that, I would like to invite to the podium here, or to the stage here, Astrid Bratil. Astrid Bratil. She is the advisor of Nordic Energy Research and project manager of Nordic Energy Equality Networks. Also to the stadium, I would like to invite Natalie Weber, and she is the project manager for Global Women's Network for Energy Transition. And then, last but not least, Kristín Linda Árnadóttir, Deputy CEO of Landsvirkjun in Iceland, National Energy Company. So we will start this with a few slides. Astrid, you will basically set the tone for the discussion. So take it away.
Yeah, because it's yes. So I thought, just to set the framework, I mean, the Nordic region is almost always portrayed as very focused on inclusion and equality. And while this is true in many sectors, the energy sector, it's a bit different. So what we did 2 years ago, we made a report with statistics from gender equality in the Nordic energy sector, which was led by us, Nordic Energy Research, and Nordic Energy Equality Network, which I'm a part of. So, just very briefly, to sum up 60 pages in 2.5 minutes, I'll start with the first one. So we're looking at 3 different companies, authorities, and in education as well. So looking at the statistics, we can see that there's a very low representation in leading position, which means that we have less influence than we want to. 16% of CEOs and 16% of board chairpersons are women, which is extremely low. And then in 95% of companies, there was a majority of men in leading positions, which means that there's a majority of women in 5% in the leading positions in the companies. So that's energy companies. Moving on to the next slide. We see in academia, in research groups, it's quite evenly distributed. Where we look at university departments, 12% of women department leaders and 19% of women professors, which is extremely low, I would say. So the last part is authorities. So this has a quite good gender balance. It's 46 gender balance for employees, while looking at the leaders, it's still quite scarce. Everyone in the authorities have gender equality policies, and they have frameworks for focusing on inclusion and diversity, but it's not really helping. As we can see, head of organizations, we still have only 27% women. So why are we talking about this at all? Is this interesting? Is there anything we can do? We think that there are lots of benefits of gender equality. We have seen that it's better management, it's boosting the innovation. We can see that institutions, authorities, and companies who have female leaders have better performance, and it's higher profitability as well. But most importantly, if we want a just transition, we'll have to include everyone. We need all hands on deck. So that was very brief. If you want to read lots more, you can have a look at this report. And we're publishing a new report next year as well, hopefully with better statistics. But we'll see. We don't know.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, definitely. We would want to see higher numbers for women in energy. And we're moving along slowly, ups and downs. But if I start now, a few questions and discussions. Natalie, if I start with you, what kind of activities can you do in your network, like the Global Women's Network?
Thank you for having us here. So what we do, we give them opportunities to connect with other professionals in the energy sector, so give them exposure to different areas that they could work. We also give them space to showcase their own achievements, and we also provide mentoring programs in which they can have a career advice. So in a nutshell, we create the framework for them to develop a new set of skills So basically, the networks are in the front line on the empowerment of women.
And Astrid, if you follow up the Nordic network, is that similar or?
It's similar. So we have the same network as well, and obviously there are lots of things we can do in the workplace, and the authorities can implement like gender policies and stuff. We've seen that inclusion and more flexibility at the workplace, like maternity leave and everything, is very important. But I think the networks really matter because you can talk to each other, you can have vocational training, and you can encourage each other. So amongst many of the things that we do, I think really the encouragement of each other is very good. We have an expert list, and we're trying very hard to recruit experts. But the problem often is that when you ask women, yes, do you want to be a part of this panel? Do you want to be a part of the expert network? The standard reply from women, unfortunately, is very often, no, but I'm not really an expert. I've only worked with this for like 27 years. I'm an engineer. I have a PhD. It's very difficult. So I think just encouraging each other, and some of the problem is that we don't have enough applicants for the higher positions. I think helping each other and motivating each other is really important in these kind of networks.
Good to hear, yeah, I agree. And Kristín, Linda, you are not only the Deputy CEO of Landsvirkjun, you're also the chair of Samorka, the what is it called in English? The foundation. Microphone, yeah.
Sorry, forgot the microphone. Yes, Samorka is the Confederation of Utilities and Energy Companies in Iceland. So we come together in Samorka.
And you have been working on gender issues as well, both in Landsvirkjun and in Samorka.
Yes, and we've been working very actively there and sort of like going through our structures and where we can do better. But in general, I would say that we are also very happy with KIO, which is Icelandic for Konur í Orkumáli, or Women in Energy in Iceland, which is a similar network. And it has been working very, very well. And I think these types of networks are sort of like a foundation where you can meet your colleagues and sort of like encourage each other in what ways we want to work better together. Because we all need somebody to talk to, sharing experiences.
Thank you. You mentioned some of the tools earlier with the expert list and so on. Are there any other tools you would like to review, example like Astrid?
Well, we could start with like the gap in pay. That would be nice to fix. I think flexibility at the workplace. So, yeah, I think flexibility at the workplace, of course, it's extremely hard to be in CEO. It's almost a lifestyle. And it's very difficult to combine with family life. But offering some sort of flexibility so you can get your kids in the barnehage at 4 would probably be a good start position. What is your experience?
No, exactly. I agree 100% with you because I think the main problem that women doesn't apply for those jobs is because they think, oh, I need to work over hours, I have to travel a lot, I don't have someone to stay with, the kids. So I think it's also changing our perception how it is to be a leader and accept also a different kind of leadership. I think that's also what's something important for every one of us to think about it.
So you mean like, encouraging each other, patting each other's back and trying to show by example good ways of how to combine family life and high positions. Exactly. And of course we as males also need to take more responsibilities at home. We always get that quite a lot, but but that's really what we need to do, and we need to show the same support to this as you to each other, definitely. Kristín, do you want to add something to this? Any tools you would think about?
I would say that there are sort of like 5 major things that we can do, and especially talking into the energy sector, that we can do to sort of further gender equality. And first of all, we need to look at just the basic general gender policies. We talked about the wage gap. That is, of course, not acceptable. And for example, in Iceland, we have a legislation that bans discrimination with wages based on gender. So if you find out that there is some, you can go to the courts with that. but also to have legislation like on equal gender in the boards. And we can see that if you compare Icelandic boards in energy sector compared to Europe as a whole, because we see the Nordic picture, and then there is 44% women in boards in Iceland, 27 in Europe. And you can also see the trickling down effect, so that you can see that in the management board, there is 38% women, and there we don't have a legislation about that, but 18% in Europe. So we can see a clear trickling down effect into that. I also want to mention education. We need to make sure that women that are going to college, seeking higher education, also go to the STEM subjects, and also look at vocal training, because there is huge potential, especially with the changing jobs that we are seeing in the energy market going forward. Number 3, role models. There are strong women leaders in the energy sectors. Show them, you visualize them, and talk about them. And we have been doing this very actively, for example, in Landsvirkjun, our national power company of Iceland, finding in the history the women that we were heroes. But we maybe didn't put the spotlight on them. So I think that is really important. Cooperation, that is a key. And lastly, I wanted to mention we are talking about an age of innovation. We need a lot of innovation. We need a lot of cash into the system. We need to make sure that women innovators are pushed forward, because there we can see we are lacking behind, both in the access of new finance and also how much innovation or patents we are getting from women. So I think that is of high importance for a just transition for the future.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much.
I also think that getting men on board is super nice. It's very easy to recruit men as a speaker to anything that has to do with energy. Mm-hmm. But as soon as I say, like, energy research, is that something? Sure. Oh, it's about gender equality.
Oh my God.
Then it's like, we're all in this together.
Exactly. I totally agree. Any last words from you, Astrid? I think we are about to finish this panel.
No, I'm glad that we have men on board here, and that we have the minister here also talking about this. So I'm super excited that this is really moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we need to move to the next panel. Please applaud. So in our second panel, we want to talk about some best practices from Iceland. And for that, we have 3 panelists. So Minister for the Environment, Minister Guðlaugur Þórðarson is one. Hera Grímsdóttir, which is Chief Research of Innovation in Reykjavik Energy. And then thirdly, Kristjana Kristjánsdóttir from some carbon recycling. She is the Chief Commercial Officer of that. So this has been quite interesting discussions. And beginning with you, Minister, what do you see as the economic, social, and environmental benefits of gender equality and diversity to empower the future?
Well, I think it's often good to look to the past. And to be honest, and we have made quite an achievement, Icelanders. I mean, unfortunately for you, then I went through few of the numbers because it's never fun to listen to numbers. But it's important to have the facts right. And we have really achieved quite a lot. And actually, in my earlier life, I was the chairman of the board and in the board of Reykjavik Energy. And you never, it was in 2004 to 7, something like that. You never saw a woman at any meetings. If it was a woman there, she was probably lost. You know, she just it was only men's game. And here we saw the numbers that is profitable, and it just makes sense for us to have women and more diversity when it comes to energy, but it's the same in every sector. And if you think about it, which politician in Iceland, there are all kinds of politicians in Iceland, which one says we should go back? This gender equality, it was not a good idea. I want old Iceland back. None. And so you ask me, how will benefits in the future? It just makes, it's common sense.
It makes sense, yes. That's really good point, and I think we should all think about that as a common sense, and it should not be a issue, but it is. And Hera, do you want to add something to this? Or?
So I think the question should rather have been, what are the benefits of not fostering diversity and equality in the energy sector? The way that I look at it is like, imagine that you have two teams, and in one of the team, all of the individuals are allowed to participate. We can use their best talents, we can use the best solution, and everybody's helping each other out to reach that goal, to reach the finish line. But in the other team, only part of the individuals are allowed to play. And some of those individuals might not even be the most capable ones, but they would have to bring everybody to the finish line, to that goal. So our race is the transition to renewable energy. And I think that the risk, if we go, who some might call the traditional way, I would like to call it the old way, we would lose the opportunity of new perspectives, of better solution, more innovation, better decision making, and overall just a better bottom line. So I think the question is, why would you only want to use half of the brain power?
Very good point. I think we can't be any better. Hera, no, sorry, Christian, do you want to? Is there any way to
That's difficult.
follow on it?
It's on? Yep. Can you hear me? Yeah, I think it's difficult to add a lot to that. It was a really excellent point. But maybe to add a little bit on top of gender equality is to discuss a little bit about diversity as well. So beyond only gender equality, we have to include also because I look across the room, it's not a particularly diverse room. If you look around yourself, yes, there is a split between genders, but it might not be the most diverse. And it is super important for us also to hear all the voices that are in society, including the women. And even within my own company, we have about 30 employees, but we have over 10 different nationalities. And that has greatly, we've seen the benefit of that in terms of like innovation, different ideas, different backgrounds, and that's also a really important point if I add something additional angle on that.
I think you made a very good point there on diversity. Of course, it's not only about the genders. It's also about the background where people come from, and I can speak from experience from Georg. We have quite a diverse group there, both women and men, but also people coming from different nations, and it gives quite a lot of new perspective and increases the talent pot, as you say, and that's really important to do that as well. So, Hera, if I go back to you again, what key elements can play a pivot role in this area, enabling Iceland to attain gender equality? Was it the gender equality law, or is it something else?
Well, it's true that Iceland has been one of the top countries when it comes to gender equality. But I think I would like to answer this question from my perspective. So I am the Chief of Research and Innovation at Reykjavik Energy, a big company on Icelandic scale. But I'm also a mother of two daughters. I am a friend, I'm a wife, I'm a sister, and I'm a daughter. And I would like to excel in all of these roles. So for me, I think I'm lucky that I was born in Iceland, because the Icelandic environment, it supports me in all of these roles. So why are we these champions of gender equality? Well, if I look at myself, I think it was the maternity and the paternity leave, as well as affordable daycare, coming back to the first panel, actually. So when women leave for the maternity leave, their job is secure, meaning that when they come back, normally after 6 to 12 months, the job is still there. And this is very important for women that seek a professional career and also want to become a mother. But just as important is the paternity leave, a very important right for all men. but it also affects the women, right? So if you look at the competitive view, let's say that we have two young people applying for the same job, a male and a woman. We would be treating them equally due to this, one of the things. Another thing that I want to come to is what Kristin Linda was talking about earlier, is about the gender quota in boards. So I have to admit, in the beginning, I wasn't really a big fan of it. I didn't really believe in it. I thought that when I was offered a seat at the table, some might think it was only because I was a woman, not because I was capable of it. But today, I realized that I was wrong. I agree with what the first panelist talked about, the effect trickling down, and also about the role models. And it has been shown that a lot of women with a lot of experience and very capable have had a very much impact in a good way. And then maybe the third one is, of course, the equal pay gap, to eliminate the pay gap.
So, Minister, how can we move forward? Is there anything more we can do?
Yeah, it's. I believe when you say we have dealt with this and we have found a solution, then we are in trouble.
Exactly.
And I think that we are seeing also new challenges. And but I think that we should always be aware. I think it was put actually. She put it as good as it gets here when she said we want to use all brain powers. We need it, especially with this huge task we have now. And we should also, with the first time I wrote a piece about gender equality, it was about that it makes just perfect sense for us men. Because at that time, and I think it still is, if you just look at the system as it used to be, or maybe still are, then majority of men are still in prison, and we have all kinds of mental diseases, much higher proportion than women. We have all kinds of challenges we are still dealing with. It's also a man's thing. It makes perfect sense for us. When you talk about maternity leave, I mean, do you know any man who says, I've just spent too much time with my kids, I've got to know them too better. I mean, have you ever heard anyone say a thing like that? I mean, it's a win-win game. So I think there is no right answer to your question. Exactly. Because tomorrow there will be new challenges. We just need to be aware of it's a win-win game, and we are in this together. And when we achieve what we want to, there will only be winners, and especially Mother Earth.
Exactly. I really can applaud this paternity leave. Of course, being a father myself, I'm young enough to have able to experience I was probably one of the first generations that experienced having a similar right to my wife, to the mother of the kid. And all the older guys at my workplace and my friends that were older than me and did not get this chance, they were jealous. They were really jealous, and well, it came out like, why are you so, when you don't work, you're just home with the kids. But in fact, they were jealous. They did want to do this themselves. And this was really, really important for me as a father to be able to spend time with the kid and be the only one responsible for it for the whole day. Because, of course, you as a father, you have a different kind of perspective. We did not carry the child for 9 months. We did much quicker things, and in producing the kid itself. But definitely, this is really important to bond, and I really stress that this is one of the big steps when it comes to us guys in gender equality that would have been made definitely in years. But we need more. So I'm not sure about the time. I think we are about to finish. Any last words you would like to, Christiana, you have any last words you want to put forward? If we can begin with you.
Okay,
what
sure.
do we do?
So I think in terms of ensuring that we don't become stagnant and we continue to move forward with gender equality, decrease the remaining pay gap, as well as ensuring that we have diversity within our companies and our society, it is putting in place focused efforts and focused policies within companies to ensure that we don't kind of sit on our laurels or take our foot off the gas. We have to continue forward, we have to focus, and it has to be an effort that we make on purpose.
Yeah, I agree with all of this, of course. I also think it's important that, like you said earlier, I mean, this is a we have to continue. We have to have a voice. You know, we have to be role models and we have to have a voice. And being an engineer, I'm also very practical and efficient. And just coming back to the first verse, I just don't understand why we wouldn't want to be all in the same team and help each other out, especially fighting the climate changes.
Thank you. And Minister, final word from you.
Yeah, the only thing I would like to add, you just, I hope, just listen to the one who is in charge here. We and me, we are both men, and now both have pictures of us, which is maybe not the most important thing. But I think that you feel that we want to talk about this. And my message is only that we want to take a part of it. And my message is when we are moving forward and we are dealing with the gender equality, let it be in renewable energy or elsewhere, then we should do it together. We should not, we should try to find the solutions, because this is a practical solution, as you have both have mentioned. I think it's very important that men are also on board, and I think that it's easy to convince those few men who do not understand this is a win-win game. It's easy to convince them if we sit down together.
I think this is a good last words. Thank you very much for the participation. And just to wrap up, we need all hands on deck, and the males need to take part as well. I think we have a video kind of to close this off, isn't it? If you just play that, and thank you very much for participating, and roll on.
For over 100 years, we at Reykjavik Energy Group have been trusted to supply water, sewage, electricity, geothermal heating, and internet to most of the Icelandic population. In the historically male-dominated utility sector, achieving gender pay equity has been a steadfast pursuit guided by unwavering principles. In 2011, we recognized that gender equality wasn't just an aspiration, but a strategic imperative. The decision to close the gender pay gap marked the genesis of a remarkable journey that has forever changed our organization and the landscape of gender parity in our industry. One of our proudest achievements has been developing, in collaboration with the startup Pay Analytics, an innovative calculation model. The pioneering solution enabled us to measure and address our gender pay gap accurately. With real-time data at our fingertips, we embarked on a mission to bridge the gap, ensuring that every individual's contribution was recognized and valued equitably. Through our resolute efforts, the gender pay gap at Reykjavik Energy Group went from 7% in 2010 to 2% in 2015, a remarkable accomplishment in itself. However, we didn't stop there. Our ultimate triumph came in 2017 when the gender pay gap at Reykjavik Energy Group was ultimately closed. And since then, it has only been measured in incremental units. We are also proud to inform that since 2012, we have had an even number of men and women in administration positions. But our journey doesn't end with statistics. It is a testament to our dedication to fostering an environment where every individual, regardless of gender, is empowered to thrive and succeed. We've challenged traditional norms and biases, creating a workspace where inclusion and opportunity know no boundaries. Our initiatives extend beyond policy changes. They've been ingrained in our culture. We've reimagined job titles to be gender neutral, dismantling linguistic stereotypes perpetuating gender biases. We've embraced a comprehensive approach to education, offering courses on gender equality to every employee, empowering us all to be advocates for change. Together, we've transformed challenges into triumphs and adversity into opportunities. Closing the gender pay gap is a testament to the power of unwavering commitment, innovative thinking, and a collective vision for a more equitable world.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Nordic Pavilion at COP28. I would also like to say warmly welcome to the followers online. So this is a live streaming from the COP28 and a daily brief, and we are so lucky to have with us Mr. Henrik Hallgrim Eriksen. And Henrik is the chief negotiator from Norway and the head of delegation of Norway to the UNFCCC. Welcome, Henrik.
Thank you.
Yes. So this is a very short briefing of the status, but first, because we don't know who's following online, maybe this is the first time you ever hear anything about the negotiations. Could you just very briefly, just what is at stake here? What are the big chunks or tracks of negotiation items that will be discussed here?
Yes. Each COP, which is the Conference of the Parties, the meeting under the Paris Agreement, the Climate Change Convention, and Kyoto Protocol, have very often different important issues. And this time the issue is of a very high importance. Some COPs are more important than others, and this is a very important COP. And why is that? And the reason is the global stocktake. That's the big issue. And in short, it's a process whereby we see how it's going under the Paris Agreement. Are we moving towards the targets set there? And if not, how are we going to get on track? And so the message coming out of this meeting is crucial for the cooperation on the Paris Agreement.
Okay, and this global stocktake, it's a status, more or less. Are we doing what we should be doing? But then what's next?
Yeah, so we more or less know, and we knew beforehand that we were not on track. So the idea is not to correct science in a way. The science is clear. We are not on track for the goals, be it on mitigation for the 1.5, limiting temperature rise to 1.5, on adaptation, resilience, or finance. But the idea of the global stock day, it's the parties who are themselves doing it, so it has ownership. Not every country in the world has the same close relationship to IPCC and always welcomes the findings there as we do. So that's important. But the most important part is what's next. So how do we give a credible roadmap to put us on track for 1.5? So it's not just inviting people to do more. We have to be detailed. And at this COP, there's a lot of attention to the energy transition. What are we going to say about fossil fuels? And that needs to be spelled out. And these kinds of meetings don't have a tradition for doing that. Remember, the first time we ever said anything about fossil fuel was in Glasgow, where they had the famous language of phasing down unabated coal. And then there was language on fossil fuel subsidies. But we're looking for something much more specific and also covering all fossil fuels at this COP.
So what are your expectations? Is it phase down, phase out? Is it unabated or all fossil fuels?
Yeah,
how does it look?
It's going to be, there are very, very different views on this. But I think what has happened the last year is in a way quite encouraging. And Norway is also involved together with Singapore in ministerial consultations on the issue. And a year ago, it was really, some resisted completely talking about the energy transition or setting any kind of collective signals. But now we are discussing it, and even those who are against it are, in a way, engaging in the discussion. But it will be very hard to get. From the Norwegian point of view, we have a language of phasing out the use of unabated fossil fuels. There are some views on that, and in particular the role of abatement technologies. We do not see that as having any, not postponing the transition or delaying emission reductions, but we see it as a necessary part of the toolbox. But that's still a very progressive position in the global discussions, it would be very, very hard to get there. But we'll see.
Okay, but so an enormous transition of the energy mix, the global energy mix is needed. And from what I've understood is that already in 2030, we will need maybe investments of $5 trillion in investments, especially in the developing countries, to get where we need to be. And today, I think it's not even 2 trillion within the renewable energy. So how does this setting, the COP, look into different mechanisms to support that development?
Yeah, well, I think there are two. Most people who are at the COP are not doing negotiations. They're in the so-called action agenda. They are demonstrating and showcasing both good climate change policies, but also activities, business proposals, and things, and that generates resources, including investments and financial resources, into the transition, and that's good. And I'm mostly into the negotiations, but it has a role also. The signals that come out of the COP does have a really huge normative value, because a lot of decision makers in the world, they relate to those signals coming out of the COP, even if they are, even if it was that many saw as half sort of diluted phasing down of coal, that was a signal that's taken into, decisions made in local communities, businesses and governments. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Well, for us who are not in the negotiation rooms and those who read media, there's particularly one issue that's been all over the place in media lately, actually, well, already from the first day. I know that some years when I've been asking you, how's it going the first week, the negotiators have been frustrated, the agenda is not even adopted after a few days and so on, but this time it actually was adopted rather quickly, and there was a decision very quickly that got lots of attention. Could you maybe please tell us a bit about that?
Yes, the loss and damage fund. So, and that was a very very welcome welcome decision. It has been a difficult topic for many years. The issue of loss and damage and financing for loss and damage. This year we've been working to strengthen the finance for loss and damage, and a committee was set up to then try to come up with a recommendation. And no one actually thought they would come up with a completely clean text, but they did. And it was really hard to get there. But that meant that we came into the meeting with a text without sort of these brackets and options and so on. And so it was possible to table it immediately. And then the presidency and in consultations with parties decided to try to do that at the opening. And it was, I think there was a willingness to get this done, because otherwise it would also have been, there was a risk of reopening, and maybe the tentative agreement would have been eroded through 2 weeks of COP. And then, of course, it also then enabled pledging, because then you saw immediate pledging after adoption, and also through the leaders summit.
Yes, so positive. I mean, a positive start,
yes,
at least.
Yes, absolutely.
And you mentioned the pledges. I think there were the first day or the first few days, at least almost $500 million.
Yes.
And that's a lot of money, but still, it's not nearly enough to cover the big needs within this theme. So I guess there is a decision or a fund, but there is still a need for other innovative sources for loss and damage.
Yes.
And absolutely. Here in the Nordic Pavilion, actually yesterday, we had another event with a launch with a report, a brand new report that looks into different sources, innovative sources that will feed into the loss and damage dialogue that will continue, because there is a decision, but there's still much work to be done, how this setup would work and be organized.
Yes, and in particular with strengthening finance for loss and damage in the broader financial architecture outside the climate change regime. So the fund is set up, and it needs to be further developed and further strengthened, but it will not be the only answer. And there needs to be a strengthening for financing for loss and damage across the whole financial system, and in particular the UN bodies.
And when you talk about finance, the goal of finance or the finance discussions, how are they doing? I mean, not with regards to loss and damage, but for the mitigation part.
Yes, well, there are many issues on the finance agenda. There's one big issue is the new target that will come after the $100 billion US dollars that was set up to be provided to developing countries by 2020. A new target will be set next year, and that of course creates some challenges here. How do we speak and come out with an output on something that is going to be decided upon next year? But it does make sense in the global stocktake to say, because the global stocktake is only every 5th year. So this is a chance to say something about where we are on mobilizing financial resources and how we can mobilize more, including the climate finance under Article 9, as it's called, which is where the developed countries have their collective obligation to provide finance.
Well, being in the Nordic Pavilion, you talk about the global stocktake, and the Nordics have actually commissioned an independent report, a Nordic stocktake, to see where are we as a region, how far have we come, and we could also unfortunately see that we haven't come as far as we would like to have done. But how can regional initiatives like this contribute to the overall process of the global stocktake? How can we help?
Yes. Well, I think it's really important that we don't only engage at the global level. I mean, most of reality happens locally, if not all, and also regionally, and that allows a lot more people to engage than having it at the global level. And I do believe all the regional activity that's been happening during the last 2 years, it has an impact on the global discussions. There's a synthesis report in the technical dialogue also, which also summarizes a lot of different input, including regional activities. And it's a very good synthesis report, by the way. It sounds boring, but it's sort of synthesis of the technical dialogue, blah, blah, blah. But it's good. I recommend it.
Yes, and you can find it online too, of course, at the Nordic Council of Ministers website. But
that's also good.
Well, talking about advocacy and local or regional engagements, we've been talking a lot here in the Nordics about visions. I mean, some people, they will be a part of the transition because they feel the urgency. They hear science, they listen to science, but not everyone, unfortunately, do that. And to be able to make a transition within every sector and within all parts of our society, we need to get everyone on board. Then you have to focus on different goals, so to speak. And therefore, there may be a need for new visions of what we will gain with a climate-neutral society. If we will make it, that could be a healthier society or other parts. And in this setting, of course, in a global setting, it's very different from our very privileged part of the world. When other parts, maybe they don't know even if their country will have a territory in an amount of time. But if you look into our setting here, what's your vision of a climate-neutral society?
Well, I think for the Nordic countries, I would expect a climate-neutral society to be better. Basically, I mean, we don't activities that emit greenhouse gas emissions have seldom, they don't have a a welfare aspect in themselves. They provide some functions, and like transport, like wood material, and so on. So having a climate neutral society, and where the economy is both net zero and circular, will not impede the quality of life. It will, I believe, increase it. And the technologies are the new technologies are cleaner and smarter, and there are positive health effects. In addition to that, I also want to say that I think this is also the job opportunities and economic opportunities around the transition are really substantial and significant, and it's the biggest probably economic transition that that has happened for a very long time, and that also has an equity dimension globally. Traditionally, equity and burden has been seen as sort of a burden-sharing exercise, where doing climate change policies was seen as a sacrifice and as a cost. But increasingly, it's also an opportunity, and where there isn't really a benefit to any country or society of being left behind with the fossil fuel-based technologies and so on. So, thank you.
That's a very optimistic and the hopeful ending of our briefing. That the climate neutral society would be a society to actually make lives better in many aspects, and it's only not a technology fix. It will give some extra input. I think that very soon we will hear more about the path towards the climate neutral society. We'll have the World Energy Outlook in a few minutes, so I'm afraid we'll have to end our daily briefing today. But first, I would like us all to give Henrik a big hand. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, good morning to all of whom are following this presentation, live streamed all over the world. My name is Serena Labed. I'm Africa Program Officer at the International Energy Agency. And it's my real pleasure here to be with you and with our colleagues who will be presenting insights on the recently launched World Energy Outlook of the International Energy Agency 2023. This event is being organized in collaboration with the Nordic Energy Research. We will start with a brief presentation by the IEA's chief economist, Mr. Tim Gould, who will go through the main takeaways of the World Energy Outlook 2023 that was launched end of October. And following this, we will have a panel discussion where panelists will share insights from their respective countries and organizations on the possible ways forward and how to achieve the recommendations from the World Energy Outlook. And then we will end the session opening the floor to some questions from the audience. We will also be honored by the presence of the Swedish Minister of Energy as well as the IEA Executive Director who will be providing closing remarks. Without further ado, I would like to invite my colleague Tim Good to the floor for the presentation of the key findings from the WEO 2023.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Serine, and greetings to all of you for this discussion. I'm going to talk for about 15 minutes, to run through some of the key findings from our World Energy Outlook, and then I am very grateful to Jean-Denis, to Jason, to Tiago, who are going to provide some expert comment, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing their views as ever. As I hope some of you are aware, the World Energy Outlook is our annual attempt to try and make sense of developments in the energy sector, think through what today's policy settings, today's market settings, today's technology momentum might mean for developments in the energy sector through to 2050, and what that tells us about the risks that we face. And we're in a fragile moment in the global energy system. I mean, in global energy markets, we've come through a very difficult period in the last few years, but developments, there's a lot of geopolitical tensions. Economic issues are not necessarily favorable for the sorts of things that we would like to see in the energy sector. High interest rates, they mitigate against some of the changes that we would like to see. There's problems of indebtedness in many parts of the world, including in key emerging developing economies. So the starting point is a complex one. And we were also very conscious of the fact that when we were putting this together, instability in the Middle East, which could also spill over into energy markets. So we thought that we would at least provide a perspective looking back on how far have we come in the 50 years since the first oil shock. And the first oil shock, I'm sure many of you will remember, is also the shock that led to the creation of the IEA in 1974. So we will shortly be celebrating our own 50th anniversary. And the first thing you notice when you look at the evolution of global energy supply over the last 50 years is that reduction in the share of oil. And that had a lot to do with changes that were set in motion by a period of crisis in the 1970s. The second thing that you'll notice is that we are dealing with a much larger energy system. And pretty much all of the growth that's taken place since 1973 has come from outside the OECD countries, so in emerging developing economies. Very similar situation when you look at oil demand. All of the growth since 1973 has come from emerging developing economies. And one data point that you might find interesting, back in 1973, there were around 50 million cars on the road around the world. Today, 1.3 billion. 25 times more cars on the road, but yet we've only seen a doubling in oil demand. And that speaks to some of the shifts that there have been in oil consumption between sectors in the meantime. But it's also a reminder of the importance of fuel efficiency, of efficiency policies in general, and more recently of electrification in keeping a lid on oil demand. And another theme for this presentation will be electricity and changes in the electricity mix and what that means for our energy security and climate goals. That's the shift that's taken place. We've pushed oil pretty much out of the global electricity generation mix. But the really key thing is also a question of scale. Global oil demand has doubled, but we've seen a near 6-time increase in electricity generation over the last 50 years. And that process of electrification, the importance of electricity to our lives as consumers and to our aspirations for changing the nature of the energy system towards a safer and more sustainable system, also rests very much on how that progresses over the next decades. And when we think about the changes that we're seeing in energy markets, I wanted to highlight a few structural shifts, one of which we're all thinking about: the rise of electric mobility, the increase in electric car sales around the world. Only a few years ago, 2020, 1 in every 25 cars sold worldwide was electric. This year, it's closer to 1 in 5. By the end of the decade, under today's policy settings, it'll be more like 1 in 2. So we are seeing quite a significant shift there. Of course, that's a flow. We need to be thinking about the stock as well. But with that dynamic, by the 2030s, we're also going to see an absolute reduction, in our view, in the number of internal combustion engine vehicles around the world. Likewise, big changes in the electricity generation side. 10 years ago, 70% of the world's electricity was produced with fossil fuels. Now we're closer to 60%. But there are big changes also happening there, so that by the end of this decade, we well under 50%, heading for a 40% share of fossil fuels in global electricity generation. And a third thing that we have to have in mind relates to China. China has been such an important driving force in all manner of global energy developments over recent decades. 2/3 of global oil demand growth, 1/3 of global gas demand growth. Pretty much everything that happens in coal markets has happened to some degree because of what's happening in China. But China's changing, and that will have big implications also for energy developments going forward. China is a clean energy powerhouse. Pretty much half of the wind and solar that's going to be deployed this year around the world is going to be in China. More than half of the electric vehicle sales are taking place in China, and China's growth is changing as well. That very infrastructure-led, energy-intensive model of development is changing, and so we're going to see a different quality of growth, more reliant on electricity, less reliant on some of those very energy-intensive industrial processes that produce so much steel, so much cement, as China's built out this world-class infrastructure. And as China changes, so some of the big developments in global energy change as well. So this is that push that China's given to fossil fuel demand. This is what we think China's fossil fuel future looks like under today's policy settings. And that change of tempo starts to have very significant implications for global trends, because for the first time, a scenario based on today's policy settings, we see a peak in demand for all of the fossil fuels before the end of the decade. Now, of course, there's many different moving parts there, which I won't go into now, but happy to get into later, because you've still got quite strong growth in other emerging developing economies. But the net result of all of these structural and changes is the one you're looking at on the screen. Now, some people have looked at this kind of outcome and said, well, I don't buy it. Economic growth, population growth, emerging developing economies, India, Africa, surely that's going to lead to a continued rise in demand for fossil fuels worldwide. Here's a reason why things might move even more quickly than we have in our projections, because our ability to produce clean energy technologies is expanding very rapidly. If planned manufacturing capacity comes online as the manufacturers hope, then by the end of this decade, we would be able to produce worldwide well over 1,000 gigawatts of solar PV modules each year. We're using less than half of that in the scenarios that I was just talking about. So if you were to assume a higher utilization rate of the sort that you would expect in a mature sector, for instance, 70%, then that would have further implications then for the amount of gas or the amount of coal that we would need in those scenarios. Now, you can't just talk about pushing solar into systems. You need to be doing other things as well. You need to be expanding grids. You need to be increasing your ability to operate these power systems flexibly. But this is just an indication that things could go faster than we have in those scenarios that I've just been describing. I wanted to describe also one other change in the conversation that we anticipate for the second half of this decade. Because right now, many parts of the world, the conversation about natural gas is a conversation about scarcity. It's a conversation of worries about price spikes, about security of supply. And that is going to change in our view, because we've had already quite a significant expansion in LNG supply over the last 10 years, and there's a lot of new projects that are on their way to market, primarily in the United States and in Qatar. 45, that's the equivalent of adding another 45% to the LNG supply that we have today. Now, that has multiple implications, which we can also get into during the discussion session, but one of them is that it will change the market sentiment. We will go from a situation where we are concerned about adequacy of supply to one where, frankly, we may have too much gas from a number of perspectives, but we struggled, to be honest, when we were doing this scenario work, to find a home for all of that LNG that is coming to market. This is a big bet on the idea that emerging economies in Asia will be using a lot more gas in 10 years' time than they do today. We're not 100% convinced that that's the way things are going to turn out. I wanted to say a few words also on the money that goes into the global energy sector. Roughly $1 trillion going each year into fossil fuel supply. That's been relatively stable for the last few years. And there is no scenario that we model now that sees any need for an increase in that amount. So it used to be the case pre-Paris that to balance markets in an environment where clean energy wasn't growing very fast, you needed to put more money into fossil fuels to maintain adequate supply, of course with significant climate implications, but that was the finding that we used to have. That's no longer the case. So I think that's something to have in mind when you hear a narrative around sort of systematic underinvestment in fossil fuels. What's changed that? What's changed that is the fact that we're now putting a whole lot more money into a range of clean energy technologies and infrastructure. And that means that by the end of this decade, in our view, we'll be investing well over $2 trillion each year in clean energy transitions. Not just renewable power, but also efficiency improvements, low emissions fuels, infrastructure, storage, all sorts of other aspects. All very encouraging. But again, that news is not good enough, because if we are to get on track for that 1.5 degree goal, then that 2 trillion would need to be well above 4. Wanted to say a couple of words about another issue which is very much on the agenda of the International Energy Agency, and that's the security of clean energy supply chains. And I'm going to illustrate that here with a look at the critical mineral supply. This is a moderately complex graph. This is a log scale, so you're moving from some very big markets to some very small ones. But what it shows is the degree of concentration in value chains for various refined commodities that go into the energy sector. And if this is from 2017, if we go towards today, you see two things happen. Each of these markets is getting bigger, they're moving up the screen, but they're also moving to the right. They're becoming more concentrated. And that, for us, is a risk factor that policymakers need to be very aware of. We are seeing more diversified patterns of investment coming through in parts of Latin America, in Canada and elsewhere, but that will take time to work its way through the system. So if all of the announced projects come through, you do see some improvement to 2030, but that is still a high degree of concentration that we think and that we are working with policymakers to find solutions to. Finally, a word on the issues that we're all gathered in COP28 to discuss, the temperature implications of the work that we have done. A scenario based on the direction of travel that we see today would have a temperature rise by the end of this century of around 2.4 degrees Celsius in our view. So we've had 1.2 degrees of rise since pre-industrial times in global average surface temperatures, and we're already seeing very stark implications of that. And here we have another 1.2. So we need to be doing a whole lot more to get us down towards that net zero emissions by 2050 scenario and a 1.5 degree stabilization in the rise in global average temperatures. Now, that stated policy scenario, it does see a peak in global energy-related CO2 emissions in the next few years. But we still emit, we still accumulate CO2 in the atmosphere, we still face a rising trajectory for global temperatures. This is the agenda that we think is so important for policymakers here. Of course, we're focusing only on the energy-related aspects of this, but this is what we feel would mark a successful COP28. We're all aware of the discussions around a tripling of renewables. I think we have to have in mind there that this is not just a story about generation. We have to be focusing on the infrastructure side as well, batteries, grids, and so on. Doubling in the rate of improvement of efficiency. We have to talk about fossil fuels. I think we have to recognize that bringing down global emissions also means bringing down global demand for oil, for natural gas, for coal. We cannot just focus on CO2. We have to think carefully about what more can be done to relieve the pressures on near-term warming by dramatic reductions in methane emissions. And there, I think there are some hopeful elements that have come through over the last few days as well. But the enabler for all of this is the one in the last column. There is a huge deficit of clean energy projects coming through in emerging developing economies outside China, where we haven't seen that pickup in spending that has been characterized, that we've seen in many other parts of the world. Now, of course, there are bright spots there, you know, solar in India, I mean, wind investments in Brazil, and so on. But broadly speaking, we still don't have that momentum behind clean energy transitions in most emerging and developing economies that we would need to get us onto a different pathway. I will leave things there. I'm, as always, very happy to have such a distinguished panel to react to some of these findings, and of course interested to hear views from everyone joined here today as well. Ah, sorry, I missed the click. There we are.
Tripling.
All right. Sirin, back to you.
I'm such a disaster. Thank you, Tim. Thank you so much, Tim. Now we can move then to our esteemed panel. Let me call on Mr. Tiago Barral, Secretary of Energy Planning and Transition from the Ministry of Mines and Energy of Brazil. Welcome. Then I would like to welcome Mr. Jean-Denis Charlebois, Chief Economist from the Canada Energy Regulator, and Mr. Jason Bordoff, Founding Director of the Center on Global Energy Policy from Columbia University. Welcome. So our colleague Tim just gave a presentation of the World Energy Outlook, this global vision on, based on different scenarios where the world should go and could go by 2030. What are the requirements? Just to stay on this global overview, I would like to start with the first question for Mr. Jason to give insights on how we can further enhance global collaboration, because, of course, this is something that is really key to make possible the tripling of energy, of renewable energy, doubling of energy efficiency, tripling the amount of investments in the emerging and developing countries. So yes, please, if you could react for a few minutes on these, and also on the evolving geopolitical context that is also impacting the outlook.
Great. Thank you so much for putting this session together, for the invitation to be here with my friend Tim. Just such a wealth of knowledge, trying to make one's way through the World Energy Outlook year after year, and it's such a tremendous resource that you provide to help all of us who try to understand these issues better. one of the points that is made, there are a lot of important points when you wade your way through hundreds and hundreds of pages, that Tim and his really fantastic team make in the World Energy Outlook this year, is how the context, how the global context is changing for this outlook. One is the accelerated pace of investment in clean energy, so not nearly enough, but this, roughly double investment in clean energy versus fossil fuels. The idea that all three fossil fuels individually would peak by the end of the year. This is a very different outlook than one would have seen 10 years ago. You noted, sort of keep this in mind when people talk about the risk of underinvestment in fossil fuels. We don't need as much investment. Even the IEA, not many years ago, was warning of the risk of underinvestment, and that changed outlook for demand for fossil fuels, driven by the consequent change in investment in clean energy, which is what helps drive demand down, is a huge shift. The IEA also notes that there's a broader changed landscape, one of greater, not less, geopolitical risk, a new era of great power rivalry, where forces of competition, as much as cooperation, are driving a lot of the trends in the energy sector. The Inflation Reduction Act in my own country was driven as much by economic competition with China as by the kind of cooperation one hopes is taking place in the backdrop here with negotiators at a place like COP. So there's a new landscape of geopolitical tensions that remind us of why we should move much faster to a clean energy future, which is not only one about the threat of climate change, but can be one that enhances energy security, but can make it harder to get to that future as well if we don't navigate those forces. The IEA makes very clear that while a decarbonized world will be one that is much more electrified, electricity tends to be less traded across borders, so overall energy-related trade is much lower. That can enhance energy security. We need a dramatic increase in global trade in clean energy products and technologies. And if every country tries to, through industrial strategy, or tariffs or protectionism or forces of economic fragmentation, tries to build all clean energy supply activity at home, that's going to make it more expensive and harder to have the transition we need. So there's a changing geopolitical backdrop that is happening right now. New forces of industrial policy. There's especially coming out of the energy crisis in Europe just a few years ago. Again, what we saw, I can say more about with the Inflation Reduction Act in my own country. We saw, Tim mentioned how, the energy crisis, the IEA was born out of the crisis of 50 years ago, just almost to the day, the Arab oil embargo, where you saw iconic lines at the gas station, and those were driven not only by Arab members of OPEC that cut off supply, but by actually bad policy. We had government micromanaging energy markets, we had price controls, we had a complex allocation system. And then you had many decades of government pulling itself out of the energy sector in many respects, not all. It still plays a very big role. That trend is being reversed. Governments around the world, broadly speaking, are inserting themselves more into how we think about the energy sector, and that can help accelerate a transition, but has to be done really carefully as well. The new era of a higher cost of capital that you talked about is going to have huge potential implications for the energy system. And then the WEO, of course, notes that the impacts of climate change themselves are a growing threat to energy security. Drought that makes it harder for vessels to cross the Panama Canal, heat waves that make it harder for the grid to operate. So the potential, we're now thinking about energy security as well as climate change, especially after the last couple of years, and that's a good thing. A world that is lower carbon can and will be one that is much more energy secure, but there are potential risks to energy security and how we get from here to there. A more electrified world might be more exposed to cybersecurity risk. I think in the last WEO, you noted that flexibility was the new watchword of energy security, because we're going to have a grid that's going to have to handle much more intermittent forms of energy, and we have to make sure we can navigate that. The critical minerals concentration you mentioned. So there are new energy security risks that the clean energy economy poses. We need to think about those today, the same way the IEA was created to think about the risks of oil and gas, so we can navigate them, de-risk the energy transition to make sure we move forward with the scale and speed we need.
Thank you so much. Let me then pass the floor to Mr. Charlebois, if you would like to react on what Mr. Jason just shared in terms of this global overview and how it applies also to Canada.
Yes, thank you. In terms of the global geopolitical climate, I won't add much to what Tim and Jason mentioned. I think they covered the topic very efficiently. What I'll do, though, is build upon that context that directly impacts Canada in terms of a small, open economy that has a very progressive climate agenda, as well as being in the top 5, top 6 oil and gas producers in the world. So that creates a... that creates a very interesting dynamic that is worth studying, and we rely extensively on the foundational work of the IEA to inform our modeling as it relates to the global context. And what we see is that from an oil and gas production perspective, Canada is able to maintain its market share, its current market share, despite the projection of much lower oil and gas prices into the future. And that is being achieved through improved processes, efficiencies from producers, as well as the use of carbon capture and storage across a number of sectors. And that is actually a reflection of not only the geology in Canada, but also something that we did not discuss up to now is the production of hydrogen, which is something that the Canadian energy system will rely extensively, both from a transportation perspective as well as heavy industries relying on that clean fuel to power the system. Now, a word about the electricity system. We see demand to more than double in Canada to 2050, which is, I think, a pace of growth that is somewhat smaller than what the IEA sees globally. And that is, I think, because of the fact that Canada starts from a position of somewhat greater electrification compared to some other economies. But that creates quite of a challenge in terms of developing or deploying the renewable generation capacity that is required, mostly from wind, not as much solar as the IEA sees globally, but that's a reflection of the peaking nature of the Canadian electricity system, as well as the availability of the wind resource. So I'll pause here, making sure my colleague from Brazil has time, and happy to continue to engage the discussion.
Thank you so much. Yeah, indeed. And now we can move to Brazil with another context, energy context, other priorities. And I would like to hear more precisely also on how you feel the country should, on which policies and technologies the country should leverage in order to be on this trend towards the clean energy development, and also to be a key actor in keeping the 1.5 degrees Celsius open.
Well, thank you all. Thank you for having me here. Well, I think Brazil has three main elements that make us a very interesting country and a very promising country when it comes to contributing to the energy transition. First of all, Brazil has actually a long-standing tradition of policies towards clean energy, renewable energies, and probably the same reason for the creation of the IEA. So, for example, the biofuel program in Brazil has a lot to do with the oil shocks as well. So that is something that Brazil has. We've had a number of policies in the past that have been sustained over the time, have been adapted, improved along the time. And a new set of policies also being announced and developed. So, for example, the Fuel of the Future program being pushed forward by the government to establish mandates starting 2027 for sustainable aviation fuels in domestic flights, and also mandates for green diesel blending starting 2027. Another example is the hydrogen program, also for example, multiplying sevenfold investment in R&D and innovation for hydrogen. So another example that is very critical, the transmission plan, investment plan. We are basically doubling the pace of deployment of grid infrastructure and we've had this year the biggest transmission auction so far in the history of Brazil. Next week we're having the second biggest one, and in March next year another record high transmission auction, enabling 3 times more deployment of renewable generation. So these are some of the examples. And just to close on the policy side, we are also, for example, in the Amazon region, the isolated systems, it's less than 1% of the electricity market, but it's basically fully dependent on diesel generation. So this is like a last mile effort that really pays off, replacing with renewable and storage and so on. But more than this long-standing tradition of renewable energy policies and this new set of policies, Brazil is and Latin America in general, is a very resource-rich region. Brazil has amazing, outstanding wind and solar resources, hydropower, biomass production and sustainably certificated biomass production, uranium to sustain a new nuclear momentum. So this is also part of, and minerals as well, lithium and a number of other minerals that are critical for the energy transition. And the third, I think, aspect that makes Brazil an interesting and very promising country in the energy transition is the institutional framework and capacities. Brazil has an energy planning office. Brazil has very well-established regulatory agencies of electricity, oil, gas, and biofuels. So I think this is a combination that makes Brazil very well positioned to play a leadership role in the energy transition.
Thank you so much, Tiago. And indeed, you've mentioned many of the success stories in Brazil that are also serving for inspiration to other countries, for instance, the institutional framework and the biofuel program. I'd like just to add another general question on, before opening the floor to the audience, how to make sure that a lot of things will happen, but how to make sure this transition is people-centered. And if you could just react, and I would like to hear also from colleague from Canada and as well as Jason on the same. Yes, please.
I can
you
start.
Have the mic.
So this is a very, very important question and point. Let me. Well, we're talking about and the World Energy Outlook shows us the need for speeding up the deployment of clean energy infrastructure so that we can phase down oil demand and fossil demand. So this is a very clear message. But once we speed up the deployment of wind, solar, transmission, bioenergy, hydrogen, that has an impact on the territory, that has an impact on people, and we are seeing that happen more often in Brazil. As we scale up the deployment of clean energy infrastructure, particularly grid infrastructure, wind and solar, we have seen rising concerns and complaints from local communities. So it's a global issue, climate change, but it ends up also on the local layer of all this transformation. And we are now creating a national forum for energy transition, bringing more civil society to discuss how can we do that in a democratic way with a participatory process. So that takes time, but how can we combine all of that into a speeding up all the deployment? So this is a critical aspect. I have no clear answers for that. We are trying to build consensus on those topics, but that's going to be a huge challenge moving ahead. And if you allow me just to acknowledge all the Brazil is part of the IEA family as a association country, and we really appreciate all the work done. And we are trying to also develop net zero scenarios for our own region, go into more specific aspects of the region. And I think South America and Brazil we'll have to accommodate in these scenarios huge amount of mining and clean energy infrastructure. So we must take care of that, do that in a just and inclusive way, and that means also, well, that has many implications, as you can imagine.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it's not an easy topic. There is no clear answer, but as long as the process is inclusive and there is a will to be really inclusive and look at the needs of different communities that are impacted by the transition, the outcome will be positive in any case.
If I may just add a compliment. Brazil has just started its presidency of the G20 group, and one of the 3 priorities in the energy transitions track is the social dimension of the energy transition. So we really look forward to engaging all of you on, let's say, providing new meanings to this discussion, because at the beginning it was all very much focused on how to manage jobless people, people going jobless because of phasing out coal or so. And in the case of Brazil, this discussion is very much how can we manage the impact of clean energy infrastructure on local communities.
Thank you so much. Mr. Charles.
Yeah, so I will echo the importance of community engagement that my colleague just mentioned. This is very fundamental into the work that the Canada Energy Regulator does, as well as the work of the federal government in general in Canada. Over and above the need to meaningfully engage communities, as we navigate a transition, energy modelers like our team and people here on the panel will tend to focus on economic aspects as well as technological aspects of the pathways to net zero, and this is what we have focused on ourselves in developing 2 particular pathways for Canada to net zero to 2050. And I think the next step in the conversation is to provide more granularity in terms of the costs of the transition, both at the macro level for countries as well as the micro level for households. This is something that is top of mind for energy consumers, ratepayers across the energy system. And I think there is a great appetite to provide more transparency because we hear areas where costs might actually decrease and from an operational perspective, but there's always an upfront and new investment costs that need to be factored into. The other aspect I will mention is one of the need to have the institutional framework to enable the transition in an efficient way. The role of regulation, the role also of other policy imperatives, such as something that is very important in Canada, is the reconciliation with Indigenous people, so that they can be not only meaningfully engaged through the evaluation process of energy projects, but also into participation into owning energy projects of their own through the energy transition, which will require from policymakers, regulators, and other stakeholders, the banking system, for example, to rethink the way things have been done so far to make sure that the transition is actually inclusive for all stakeholders and all communities.
Thank you so much. Now let me give the floor for the final word to Jason Burdoff to conclude.
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked about this topic. It's incredibly important, and there are so many aspects to what a just and equitable transition looks like. Part of it are communities that may be impacted by clean energy, by mining, and actually Canada, I think, provides a good example, which I've looked carefully at on free, prior, and informed consent, how to engage with tribal and Indigenous communities, but to see a dramatic increase in mining within the United States. You look at nickel, copper, something around 80–90% of the known reserves are within 35 miles of a Native American reservation, just given where the geography is in the United States. It is also the reason I asked Tim to click on his last piece of a slide was because that I was interested, but I kind of knew what direction in order of magnitude it would be, but how important that point is. The last little thing you clicked on was investment in emerging and developing economies. And we really have to do a much better job of taking seriously the need for energy use to grow, even with as many measures of efficiency as we can, and how dramatic the increase in investment in clean energy has to be. in lower income parts of the world that use a tiny fraction of what we all take for granted. Sub-Saharan Africa, the US uses per capita about 80 times the average per capita energy use in Sub-Saharan Africa. Emerging and developing economies are 2/3 of the world's population. And you showed us, I think, 2 trillion last year in clean energy investment. In the developing world, I think it was about 1/10 that amount was going into emerging and developing economies. And you showed us it needs to go from 200 or 250 billion to 1 trillion by 2030 to be on track for our climate goals. Renewables are often the cheapest form of energy, certainly with some government support, but there are a number of barriers that make it more challenging to invest in emerging and developing economies, where the cost of capital can be 5, 6, 7 times higher than we think it is for investment firms. Many of them are here at this COP, who are putting capital to work in the US or in Europe or in more developed economies. Currency exchange risk is one we've worked quite a bit on at the Center on Global Energy Policy and trying to think creatively about new mechanisms and facilities that could be created with multilateral development institutions, with philanthropic capital, with governments to mitigate currency exchange risk. But there are many barriers that make it more challenging to invest in scaling clean energy at the rate we need to make sure that the developing world and the emerging markets have not just the energy that's needed for energy access, as it is today, about what, 800 million people have no energy access. The last couple of years that number's been going up, not down, headed in the wrong direction. But even that number doesn't really take seriously the number of people, billions around the world, who need who will use more energy for significant economic growth, to not just have energy access like charging cell phones or light bulbs, but mechanizing agriculture in some form of industry, the air conditioning, which is going to be more in need. And we're just talking about the investment that's needed for clean energy, not even to cope with the impacts of climate change. And so it was wonderful to see the agreement on day one on loss and damage. And we should recognize that was what, $400 million? The floods in Pakistan alone last year were $30 billion in damages. So the scale of impacts that we are going to see are really quite staggering, and we're just nowhere close to having the amount of finance that it's going to need to take seriously developing a clean energy economy, allowing for economic growth in the lower income parts of the world, and coping with the impacts of climate change.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bordeff, and thank you for expanding more and emphasizing the need for greater amounts of investments and developing world emerging economies in low-income countries, mainly in Africa, because this is, as you rightly mentioned, is a matter of survival and economic development for these countries. So, with that, I would like to open now the floor to the audience for a few questions, including to my colleague Tim, if you have questions on the presentation or...
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Takachogo, Mitsui Global Studies Institute. I'm an economist. And yes, my question is Brazilian colleague. So this COP, one of the surprise and very impressive thing for me is many side event road to Brazil. So that is one of the interesting for me. But today we discuss about the climate and energy security. So in my understanding about the situation of Brazil, so the hydropower are affected by the climate change or extreme weather, I'm not sure. But also you commented on use of bioenergy. But also by drought, maybe the bioproduction would be heavily affected. So how do you think about climate change and energy security balance in Brazil? I think this kind of the format will be applied to another country as well, including Canada or other things. So just my question.
Please feel free to take the
question. Okay, so this is a new dimension of energy planning in Brazil that has grown a lot of attention in the past few years. 3 years ago, Brazil faced the worst drought ever in its history, and it was quite a challenge to overcome it. Now, the past 2 years, Brazil has had maybe some of the biggest floods in 100 years. So it's been quite challenging again. And while we speak here, the Amazon region is facing the worst drought in in as far as I'm concerned, 100 years. Rivers are dry. It's something that we could not even think of. So it makes it so there's a number modeling and analysis on how to increase resilience of the energy systems. How we do that, we need more grids to bring more flexibility, and that's something we are doing. We need to adjust the, let's say, the risk aversion criteria. Also, that means that we need to operate the system, the power system, in a more conservative way to ensure a more resilient, more resilience in managing the energy stocks. But when it comes to bioenergy, again, that's another challenge. So we need to diversify, and our key strategy for resilience is diversification. We have bioenergy, we have renewables, we have natural gas, and we need to combine that and create a hybrid system that tries to balance that. And finally, we are moving towards, this is quite a tough process, but that's something that needs to be done, increasing interconnection and increasing integration with neighboring and other areas, other regions. So we are, for example, working to integrate Brazil with Bolivia, something that has not been done. We are increasing integration with Argentina and Uruguay on a number of regulatory measures that are enabling increasing trade, electricity trade. But you're right, I mean, this is quite a challenge. And whenever we increase renewables, renewables by definition are variable and subject to climate and so on. So the most complicated thing is how to explain and how to demonstrate the economic optimum from a system perspective and from an asset perspective. So this is something that there's growing understanding, but I think we still have a huge road ahead on this topic.
Thank you so much. Mr. Charles-Wow, Mr. Jason would like to react, or?
I'll just say two comments. That's fascinating about how Brazil is facing similar challenges as Canada, and you've touched on the very points that are live right now. The only thing I'll add is that with the greater deployment of renewables, what the need that we see in Canada is to obviously maintain the availability of baseload power. And in a context where the hydroelectricity resources has largely been used with the existing dams, then we need to turn to increase the generation capacity from the nuclear sector. And that aspect requires deep community engagement to make sure that there's buy-in from local communities for small modular reactors, for example, that are not actually part of the energy landscape as we speak. The other aspect is that Canada also relies less and less actually on gas-fired power generation. And as we move on the pathway to net zero, this will require, in some regions of Canada, the use of carbon capture and storage, along with existing gas power fire generation, which is a technology that, as I briefly mentioned earlier, is key for the electricity generation sector, and also for hydrogen production, and to the extent that it can generate net negative emissions to offset emissions from other sectors that remain more challenging to abate. So, resiliency, fundamentally important, obviously, and I think relying on a broad portfolio of technologies to make sure that we maintain that resiliency and also drive towards net zero is a key part of the equation.
Thank you so much. I'm informed that we are expecting to welcome the Minister Ebba Buck from Sweden from 1 minute to another, but meanwhile, I think we can continue with the discussion and sorry, from the...
Yes, if I may continue just for a second. My name is Peter Molgaard. I'm the chair of the Danish Council on Climate Change.
Could you speak
closer?
a bit louder, please?
All right. I'm Peter Molgaard, the chair of the Danish Council on Climate Change. We made a report half a year ago on electrification and more renewables into the Danish energy system, which of course already has a lot of renewables. So more wind and more solar. And we simulated the system until 2040 and tried to stretch it in terms of all kinds of weather events, but also you could say acts of terrorism, and see how resilient it would be. And the result is actually quite good, I think. And what we found was that we can, with relatively little backup technologies, with strong interconnectors, I must say, now we're talking about Nordic cooperation with our Nordic countries and also Germany and the Netherlands, but also with relatively small investments in backup technologies such as gas furnaces. We could have a resilient system with a very high degree of security. So we did not need to have nuclear power for that. That would actually be a very expensive solution in order to support that system. Gas furnaces would be much better, and interconnectors. So maybe you could comment, so that's the question, whether you mentioned trade in energy, and that would go down. Our experience is that it could actually go up if you think of interconnectors, and maybe that's part of the solution.
Would like to take it, Tim?
I think Denmark is an extremely interesting case there, because the share of emissions coming from electricity in Denmark, that was up at 30-40% not so long ago. Now it's down below 10%, if I'm not mistaken. And the achievement there means that Denmark is already sort of pioneering some new technologies that are needed for the more difficult areas and the issues that arise as you push electrification through the system. I think Denmark has benefited as an importer of flexibility from its neighbors, and that has facilitated some of the changes that have moved very, very quickly there. And in a strongly interconnected system like the European single market, that, of course, people feel comfortable with that. And there are occasionally still strains, but people generally feel comfortable with that level of integration. I think Europe is, unfortunately, the exception there. And that the degree of trust that exists within Europe for that is unfortunately not mirrored in many other parts of the world, despite many efforts in ASEAN, for example, with the ASEAN power grid, or in Africa with regional power pools. You haven't seen that degree of trust, because in the end, for such an important commodity like electricity, it's very rare to find countries that feel very comfortable importing, because it seems risky somehow. So our scenarios rely, when we think about moving large quantities of electricity around the world, we tend to see those embedded in electricity-intensive goods. And that might be, or products, it could be hydrogen in the case of hydrogen produced through electrolysis, or it could be aluminium, or it could be other very electricity-intensive processes. So those advantages that some countries have for renewable electricity tend to express themselves in other ways than through direct export of electricity. But of course, that is our judgment call, and we wait to see, if that's the way it plays out.
I would just add, I think, tell me if you agree, Tim, part of that is about trust with neighbors, but also what's different about electricity versus hydrocarbons. So if you're import dependent on oil or gas and there's a disruption in supply, as Europe learned, you can turn to a global LNG market, or you can hold weeks or months of inventory with refined petroleum products. That's much harder to do with electricity. So you may be comfortable depending on your neighbors, but if there were significant amounts of electricity imported from North Africa into Europe, or in the parts of the world you're talking about, where the grid has to be perfectly balanced every second of every day, I think that poses energy security risks that could be even more difficult to manage, unless the grid is highly interconnected to other players. Oh, absolutely. This is not a reason not to decarbonize much faster and not to electrify the economy. The IEA, I think, in their net zero report found global energy-related trade in the net zero scenario falls about 60%, something like that. And I think that's part of the reason why, right? Increased electrification.
No, exactly. Nothing that I've just said should take away anything from the importance of robust grids, and where possible, balancing over a large geographical area, because the broader the geographical area you can balance over, the easier it is to manage the flexibility needs of a system. And, I mean, Brazil's, again, because it's a large country with diverse resources across its territory, that balancing works across Brazil. It works even better if you can interconnect with some neighbors, as Tiago was saying. But I'm just saying that is a complicated thing to get to work. And there's many examples around the world of quite how complicated some of those negotiations can be.
Thank you so much. I think we can take another question.
Hello, my name is Mario Motta. I'm working for the Department of Energy of Politecnico di Milano. It's a university in Italy. Thanks for the presentation. I had let's say, in a time where it's not clear if in the last declaration of this conference there will be the fading out of fossil fuels written there. The figures that you showed are pretty impressive. So, I mean, a peak for the fossils and makes hope, let's say, in a good direction. My question was, mainly one thing that I see which is risky, and I wanted a comment from you, is that the big things there are that there is an extreme overproduction of photovoltaics in China and a continuous concentration of battery production in China as well. And so I was wondering whether you can comment on the risk of that and on the effects that this could have, not on the global market, but on the access to energy or the potential development towards decarbonization of the countries which gain access to cheap energy with that photovoltaics.
So there's a lot of elements in there. I mean, certainly from an IEA perspective, when we look at the manufacturing capacity for solar PV around the world, and we look at how relatively little of it we use in that stated policy scenario, that looks like a huge opportunity. In an open, rules-based international system, there should be ways to bring that to countries that are looking to expand their renewable or use more of their renewable potential. But the fact is, for the moment, there aren't that many big markets for deploying solar. I mean, there's North America, and North America, or the US at least, is not an open place for Chinese solar PV modules. There's Europe, but let's look at places you can expand. People often say, well, what about Africa? Right now, the solar PV deployment in Belgium is larger than the installed solar capacity in the whole of Africa. This is not a huge solar market. It should be a massive solar market, but it isn't. And so when you're thinking about places where some of the solar PV modules could go, it's not obvious that there are big open markets there that have the policies in place, that have the financing in place. But it is a huge opportunity, I think, to go beyond the status quo for many countries. Now, as you also rightly point out, that comes with concerns. That comes with concerns about the concentration in clean energy supply chains, because you're completely correct that particularly for solar, there's an extremely high degree of concentration of solar, of all aspects of solar PV manufacturing in China. And China PV modules are just twice as cheap as the ones produced in the US or the ones that are produced in the EU. It's very difficult to go head-to-head with the Chinese manufacturers in an environment when they have already overcapacity. So this is a delicate issue, and finding that balance between having access to the least cost source of that technology and looking at the resilience of your supply chains is not a simple matter at all. But there are, for different technologies, policies now in place that will help to rebalance a little bit that equation. So take batteries, for example. China currently produces about 75% of the world's EV batteries. There are a lot of new projects underway in the US, for example, as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act. There are investments that are taking place in other parts of the world. Car manufacturers are looking to source their own critical mineral supply and start to get more of that supply chain under their own management. if all of those projects come through, we will move from 75% Chinese production to something like 65% by the end of this decade. So a change, but we shouldn't imagine that that change is going to be quick or dramatic, even with the very strong policy momentum that we have for sort of industrial strategies in many parts of the world.
Thank you so much, Tim. Now it's our great pleasure to welcome Her Excellency, Minister Ebba Busch, Minister for Energy, Business and Industry. Your Excellency, welcome. Sorry. Yeah, we don't need it. Let me hold it.
Thank you, and thank you so much for letting me be part of this event. I was just running from another event with huge focus on renewables and a global commitment in tripling the production of renewable power sources as well. But I would like to start these closing remarks by thanking the IEA and the Nordic Energy Research for the opportunity to close this event in the Nordic Pavilion. And of course, start by thanking the IEA for the focus it has provided on improving energy security and also on measures needed to put the energy sector on the path to limiting global warming. I believe that your analysis they have made us better prepared for this winter. However, we cannot settle on our achievements. Uncertainties from the conflicts and a very volatile global economy means that we still have to remain prepared. However, I'd like to see the good things in the bad things. And despite the global uncertainty, I still would say that it was a pleasure to read some of the key findings in the World Energy Outlook. Number one that I take with me is that the door to limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees is still open. There is still hope. The second part that I take with me is that for the very first time, we will actually be able to witness a peak and hence the start of a decline in the use of fossil fuels before 2030. A peak use in my ears is not a positive thing, but this actually marks a turning point. And I'm also grateful to Dr. Birol and the IEA for stepping up and instantly providing analysis and guidance from this. You play a key role for international cooperation on energy and climate, and you also play a key role in our policy development. We therefore are eager to get our hands on the in-depth review of Sweden this summer, and I believe more countries share that same eagerness. The Swedish government is committed to put forward measures to strengthen security of supply and to reach net zero emissions by 2045. That is 5 years ahead of most countries. However, that target, as I guess many of you already have figured out, will require extensive electrification of the industry and transport sectors, which is expected to double our electricity consumption by 2045. To be able to manage this in only 2 decades and at the same time then managing or maintaining competitive prices requires massive investments in a robust and stable electricity system that delivers fossil-free electricity where and when it is needed, not only when it wants to. So we will need to integrate more electricity from renewables. Yes, we're super committed to that. We're the #1 country within the European Union that has the most renewables already today. But we will also need more nuclear to stabilize power grids and to facilitate a broader uptake of wind and solar. So in the case of Sweden, if we want more wind, if we want more solar into our system, we're going to need more nuclear. Because that's fossil-free baseload, and we need them to work together. For the past 10 years, Sweden has connected 10,000 megawatts of intermittent renewable energy. That's the equivalent of 7 reactors, nuclear reactors that is. During the same time, 4 nuclear reactors have been closed. And because of this, our system has become more fragile than ever. So the nuclear renaissance that we have experienced these recent years show that more and more are coming to the same conclusion that we have drawn. If you want the opportunity of realistically reaching net zero sooner, quicker, faster, better, then you also need that fossil-free baseload to work together with the intermittent power sources. So before I finish, I would like to say that we look very much forward to taking over the presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers in 2024 and leading the cooperation forward, a safer, a greener, a freer Nordic region. That will be the focus of the Swedish presidency, and our vision is that the Nordic region should be the world's most integrated and sustainable region in 2030. In specifically the energy area, Sweden plans to pay particular attention to electricity market cooperation and electrification. And as you've already understood, as Deputy Prime Minister with special responsibility for energy, I'm looking forward to next year. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your remarks. Unfortunately, I'm told that Dr. Birol will be unable to join us for his closing remarks. He's been caught in another meeting. So let me thank again our esteemed panel for this great discussion. I hope we'll have some few minutes for broader engagement and other exchanges of views after this event. Otherwise, I guess you will meet in other events during COP. And with that, we come to the end of this presentation, and maybe see you next year for the 2024.
Okay, I think we're ready to start. So, ladies and gentlemen, both here present and online, heartily very welcome to the session which is entitled Nordic Energy Aviation, which is hosted by Nordic Energy Research in the Nordic Pavilion here at COP28. So, I'm Astrid, I work for Nordic Energy Research, and I will try to guide you through this quite short session, but hopefully enlightening session, on electric aviation. So, Nordic Energy Research, my institution, is an institution under the auspices of Nordic Council of Ministers, and our main focus is to enable cooperation on sustainable energy research. We have a very large, almost 1,000 projects, it feels like, on energy and sustainable development. If you want to read more about this, there's a leaflet under here, and you can find the link to our webpage where you can read more about our projects. Okay, so one of the projects that we have is electric aviation, because energy plays a crucial role in driving this transition and also addressing the energy supplies. In collaboration with our sister organization, Norregio, which is the Nordic pronunciation of it, and Nordic Council of Ministers, we've emphasized this aspect with the project examining the impact of electric aircrafts in the Nordic region. And why the Nordic region? Well, it's because the Nordic region is a great place to start, not only because we're extremely into and also very much politically committed to make transport more sustainable, but it's also because of our geography. If you look at a topographical map of the Nordics, you will see that we are very few people, but located very far away from each other. So electric aviation could be a very good solution for the Nordic countries. We're soon going to hear more about electric aviation from Norregio, but I think it's time to introduce our first speaker. Hello, Mr. Jeppe Bruus. Jeppe Bruus is the Minister of Taxation in Denmark, and Denmark has been a leader in implementing climate mitigation policies. You have a master's in political science from the University of Copenhagen, and you're an elected member of the Danish Parliament for the Social Democratic Party. I've heard that during your term, a broad majority in the Danish Parliament has agreed on carbon tax on industry and distance-based tax in the transport sector. And you are going to enlighten us, I hope, on Denmark's proposed green aviation strategy, which includes a passenger tax to fund eco-friendly air travel by 2025, which is only 2 years away, and to achieve a complete domestic green air travel by 2030. So that will be interesting to see. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And it's a great honor to be here and at the COP. It's my first time at the COP, and it's actually very inspiring. I was appointed Minister of Taxation 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. And after just a week in office, we had a Danish expert group on doing carbon pricing on Danish industries presenting their report. And so the first deal I was part of making, a proposal for Parliament, a deal with Parliament last summer, a green tax reform, introducing carbon pricing on industries. And we early on also did a reform driving for more electric cars. We have had, as you mentioned, carbon pricing on heavy trucks. And at the moment we are negotiating a passenger tax or aviation tax. And in the spring we are working on negotiating carbon pricing or CO2 tax on the Danish agricultural sector. So driving the green transition in Denmark is done both by subsidies, but also by using tax instruments, carbon pricing. And we see that as an important tool in the tax mix also to drive the green transition. And so at the same time, we are having very ambitious goals of doing offshore wind in the North Sea, also a little bit in the East Sea. And with the plan that we have put forward and the tenders that are being prepared, we would actually produce enough wind energy by offshore and a little bit onshore also to electrify using a lot of electricity that would actually be able to heat up and use in 14 million households. And that's obviously a lot more than we have in Denmark. And so by 2030, we expect to be exporter of electricity. And of course, that wind should also be used in the transportation sector, maybe also by flying a little bit, but definitely by the use of Power-to-X to produce fuels that are renewable, both hydrogen that we hope to export also to Germany and other places, but also to do renewable fuels. So we are pushing to create a lot of supply of electricity and an infrastructure that will actually generate the possibility to produce renewable fuels. And so now we have introduced an aviation tax, also actually to create both a demand for the renewable fuels for transportation, also by flying. And as you mentioned, Astrid, that we have the goal that almost in 2025 we'll have the first trip domestic, you're welcome, the first domestic route that are completely renewable. And by 2030 we aim for that all domestic flying within Denmark will be on renewable fuels. Obviously, it's an ambitious goal since it's only on the test at the moment. If you can fly 100% renewables, as I'm sure you know, the first flight were taking off not long ago from Britain to the US, and so we will use some of the revenue from the aviation tax to actually both do the tender on the domestic route in 25, but also to actually speed up the production of renewable fuels towards aviation. And so it will decrease a little bit on the traveling, but the main goal is actually to be able to keep flying when there's a use for it or a need for it, but in a way where it's sustainable. And therefore, in line with other climate policies we do in Denmark, we hope to show that we could use Denmark as a test case and be part of accelerating not only our own production, but also tools and technologies and knowledge that we can export. And that's, I think, is extremely important. Obviously, the domestic flying in Denmark is only a drop in the ocean comes to pollution, but it is a huge challenge actually for all of us to make sure that we can fly with renewables in the future. And as you know, in 25, the European Union recently agreed that to promote sustainable aviation fuels, and that 2% of the overall fuel supplied at the EU airports must be sustainable by 25. And in 2050, it should be 70%. And so we hope that 20 years earlier in Denmark, could be in a case where we have all domestic flying in Denmark on 100% renewable fuels. So that's our goal. And we are, of course, we have a goal and we want to realize it as well, or to implement it. And that's what we are negotiating with Parliament at the moment. So I'm looking forward to this session and also obviously to answer some questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I think I have. Thank you so much. If I have time for one question, just sometimes when you launch initiatives that has to do with tax, they're not always super well received. How has this initiative been received in Denmark, both by the industry and in the public?
Well, actually, it's a good question. You know, here at the COP, I'm attending a lot of panel discussions and bilateral debates. There's a lot of interesting carbon pricing. And why do I start there? Because, you know, in most countries, you would lose elections. if you were running with a message that would actually raise taxes. In Denmark, you could lose the election in 2019 if you were not ambitious enough with solutions on the climate crisis. And so therefore it's a different case, but it's also proof of concept that you can do carbon pricing. And what we do in Denmark is that we redistribute the revenue to the sectors, but also to those companies in those areas where they have the hardest time of transforming their production to renewables. And we also do the carrots, we also do subsidies. We created a great green fund by removing some taxation of pensions. And therefore, I'm not saying that Danish companies were all in favor of carbon pricing, but it has created a situation where those companies that invest most and also drive the green transition and renewables in their own production will have a competitive advantage to those companies who doesn't invest. It's very simple, actually. If you are not polluting, you're not paying the tax.
Yep.
So it gives you a competitive advantage. And so, sector for sector, we are driving these principles, that it should be going back to the sector, it should be advancing the green transition, and it should be a test case that can show technologies that we would like to export. The transportation sector in the area of aviation Denmark are not too happy about the level that we have introduced about the aviation tax, and also a debate about how do we use revenues from this taxation. But I guess that it's at a level where, I mean, in Sweden you have the same, and the level that we have introduced or proposed the aviation tax is comparable to what you do in Sweden and Germany and other neighboring countries. So it's just unique, and actually it's when you look at what's going on at the European level and what we did with the CO2 tax last summer, it adds on to be driving the incentivement to actually use renewables quite a lot, also in the aviation or in flying. So we hope that will have a positive effect, even though we're well aware that it also generates a lot of questions, and that we have to do a very close cooperation with the sector, also when we're going to implement this over the coming years.
Yeah, I have like 50 more questions, but I don't have time for that. We'll have to move on. We don't have so much time. So the Nordic electric aviation is not really a reality yet. I think the first flight is set to be in 2028, and my colleague Kevin has already bought his tickets, but there's no date yet, so we don't really know. However, there are plans, and we're mapping out the different solutions. And in that, we'll have to look at the impacts and the opportunities. And I actually know someone who has done that. It's Norregio, our sister organization. So up next is a pre-recorded session from Norregio, which we have collaborated with on 2 projects when it comes to energy and electric aviations. So Norregio is a research institution which is specialized in regional development across the Nordic sectors. And they also have some pioneering projects that are related to electric aviation. And the aim is almost like the tax, to reduce the carbon emissions and to enhance environmental sustainable air travel in the Nordic countries, which is something that we're focusing on a lot in the Nordics. So in this video, we're going to hear from Rebecca Kaviccia and Hilma Salonen, who are studying the effects of electric aviation in the Nordic countries.
Welcome to the presentation on electric aviation and the effect on the Nordic region. This is a project commissioned by the Nordic Council of Ministers and led by Norregio. Norregio is an international research center for regional development and planning. Project partners are University of Akureyri in Iceland and Nordic Energy Research.
My name is Rebecca Cavicchia and I'm the project leader.
And my name is Hilma Salonen and I'm also working on the project.
So, to start, this project posed very big, crucial and important questions. So, why electric aviation? Why the Nordic regions? And why now? Why electric aviation? As we all know, the climate crisis is posing very big challenges and the urgent need to develop more sustainable transport solutions. In addition, electric aviation well answers to the Nordic Council of Ministers' vision about making the Nordic region more sustainable. Nordic regions, why Nordic regions? These are the perfect context to explore a topic as electric aviation because of their geographical characteristics, for the presence of many remote areas with issues of accessibility, because of their geographical obstacles, and because all the Nordic countries are very much politically committed to make transport solutions more sustainable. And why now? Even though electric aviation is not yet a reality, it's very important to explore already now what can be the impacts, the opportunities or the challenges that electric aviation might create in the Nordic countries, as well as understanding which routes, which areas might benefit the most from electric aviation. So, in order to do that, the project poses this question, this crucial question that drives the whole project, which is how could electric aviation impact Nordic regions? We are answering this question making two main points. One is about regional accessibility. So how electric aviation can actually contribute to improve the accessibility, especially of remote areas. And the second point is about understanding all those socioeconomic, technological, environmental, and legal factors that might affect the way electric aviation might impact Nordic regions in the future. So, to address the first point about regional accessibility, we developed an accessibility study. This is mainly a quantitative study where we first map, as you can see in this map, all the airports in the Nordic countries. In this map, airports have been classified according to whether they are located in urban or rural areas, and all the possible connections between these airports have been highlighted. As you can see, we focused in particular on urban-rural connections because the point of the project is mainly to understand the possible benefits for remote areas. And we focused on routes of maximum 200 kilometers because this is the maximum length that the model of electric plane we are using for this project can cross. So to further narrow down the selection of the routes, the next step in our study has been to assess the travel time, the possible travel time to cross these routes with electric aviation. And we compared this time with the time that would be needed to cross these routes by car or with public transport. So the final selection is for all those routes where the travel time with electric aviation would be 1.5 times less than the travel time by car or public transport. This step led to the selection of 203 urban-rural routes. But we went further with the process, adding also some other methodology.
Yes, because the industry is very fastly developing and it's also very new. It is clear that there is a lot of invisible factors that are not in the statistics yet, or maybe some kind of minor drivers that will activate in the near future. So then to really consider their possible impact, we had to go deeper into the regions, talk with the local experts in these focus group interviews, and find out the whole complexity of the situation. So we went with 5 case studies representing the 5 Nordic countries, which you can see here. And you can see here that they have the same characteristics as this overall map. A lot of the possible routes would go across a waterway because that often saves a lot of time. And then also a lot of the routes are connecting an urban center with a more rural or maybe a more remote region. And then with these people there, we discussed the scenario of 10 years. So how would that impact these whole regions and their development, and what kind of drivers there could be? We can now take a look at the individual case studies. So in Denmark, we discussed the route between the capital of Copenhagen and the island of Bornholm, which is interesting, especially from the point of view of regional goals for sustainability. In Bornholm, there is this project of a green energy island, of having the whole island completely emission-free. And of course, there electric aviation would be a very important pathway towards this ambitious goal. But then there's also more practical benefits. A lot of people travel from Bornholm to Copenhagen, for example, to visit a hospital. So then having a more flexible route would be a considerable benefit. With Finland, then we had a triangle represented by 3 northern cities of Kuusamo, Kajaani, and Oulu. And there we talked more regional development from a variety of perspectives again. A lot to have to do with kind of supporting the local businesses that really depend on having better accessibility, a reliable accessibility to allow for business travel and so on, but also from the point of view of tourism, having a more interconnected region with the help of electric aviation could help with the kind of broadening the viewpoints of tourism, having more options for the local entrepreneurs. With Iceland again, the case was a bit specific compared to the others because it's the only one that connects 2 urban centers, the 2 major cities of Iceland, the capital of Reykjavik with the city of Akureyri. And the reason why it would be an interesting case is that because Iceland as a whole is such a remote island, full of remote places that are very hard to access, even by road, that having this possibility of having cheaper flights, more frequent flights, would be very essential to a lot of the villages there, to connections to all different parts of the island, and having a better access to the services of the capital region, since many of the services are only in the capital region. And then Norway is again a very specific case, because there's so many of these very remote fjords, distant islands, that for local people, like with people living in the Lofoten Islands, taking a plane is almost like taking a bus when they want to reach mainland. And for this reason, Norway has this very ambitious goal of having all of its domestic flights, which they have one of the highest numbers in the whole of Europe, to have them all become electric by the year of 2040. So for this reason, it's already a huge political driver to cut down the emissions because of the number of domestic flights that they have. And of course, in addition, it would be a way to overcome these major geographical obstacles. Then with Sweden, again, it's the only case that connects 2 countries. The city of Skellefteå with the Finnish city of Oulu. They are both large industrial centers, and this would be a way of integrating 2 labor markets. Both are, especially with Skellefteå, that is increasing rapidly, both in population and in business activities. It would be a way to attract more skilled workers and kind of like having a more flexible labor market, in addition of having better accessibility, better services. And for this reason, in northern Sweden, there is already major private and public support for this case, which constitutes a major driver. So we see that in all of these 5 cases, there are these national specificities, but of course also a lot of factors that they have in common, and also a lot of open questions that are common that need to be solved. One of the drivers that could activate in the future is, for example, regulations. They would have to become a bit more up-to-date, a bit more flexible to really reflect the possible future situation of electric aviation, both at the national and local level. And then, of course, the political commitment towards sustainable aviation has to be there so that there is this clear signal that this is the aim, this is what we're going towards. The open questions, the possible challenges have to do with the ticket price, which was mentioned maybe the most during the focus group interviews, is a very practical question. Could it be a little bit cheaper or would it be more expensive? It's still a little bit up in the air. Of course, social acceptability of new technology is always a little bit of a barrier, at least during the first few years of a new technology. And then in the end, as mentioned, will there be enough incentives? Who will make the very costly first investments? Is there, for example, public support? Or will there be a private actor that could act as a driver during this phase? So these things are still left to be known.
So what is the main message emerging by the study, by the case studies and all the analysis we did? It is that electric aviation can offer great opportunities on several levels. First of all, for regional development by creating, for example, new socioeconomic networks. For regional accessibility by increasing the accessibility of remote areas and establishing new connections, both within the same countries as well as cross-country connections. And has also, finally, great potential to foster better integration across all the Nordic countries. More results from the project will come because the project will end in December 2024. So we invite you to follow us on our project website on norregio.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to the presentation on electric aviation and the effect on the Nordic region. This is a project commissioned by...
So quite interesting, I think, especially probably the part with aviation being almost as common as a bus in the north of Norway. So if you look at the map, there are nothing but obstacles when it comes to transportation. But it seems as though collaboration between the Nordic countries is very important. Do you find that this is something that is difficult or very easy to do?
Well, it's easy to agree that it's important.
Yes.
But just from a practical point of view, you know, we have the Øresund region, the greater Copenhagen area between Denmark and Malmö and the south of Sweden. Everyone can agree that it's very practical and useful to have a close cooperation. But as a Minister of Taxation, it's actually a bit difficult sometimes to overwin the obstacles. So I guess that's a classic example. I thought it was a very interesting presentation. You could argue actually that in Denmark the distances are so short that it would actually be more visible to take the train than and a flight. Personally, I think it's we need to move forward with you know getting use of both and make sure that you can fly with renewables. Except for Bornholm, because you know there's the water again between, so it's a bit difficult with the train all the way.
Yeah.
But even then, you could actually have a route. Anyway, getting back to the Nordic cooperation, obviously it's very important. You know, as I said, the level of aviation tax that we introduced, we also, of course, were aware what was the level in Sweden. It's part of the conversation, it's part of the argument. And so it's just another example that it's obviously very important.
Yeah, not only I think domestically, but I was in a meeting last week, had to go from Bergen to Aarhus, which is, I mean, you can travel by land, but it's not that far, but with the train, I don't know, 16 days or something. So we'll have to conclude. I just want to thank you so much, and also a great thank you to Norregio. I just want to say that let's use these innovative solutions to look into the future and try to propel the air travel towards greater sustainability. And probably this, I'm thinking that this is just the start and that we have so much interesting to look forward to. So thank you so much and have a nice flight home.
Dear all, State Secretary, distinguished panelists and listeners in the room and online, welcome to this session, Hydrogen Valleys, the Nordic Rally to the Valley, hosted by us at Nordic Energy Research in the Nordic Pavilion here at COP28. My name is Kevin Johnson, I'm the COO at Nordic Energy Research, and I will be your moderator today. Nordic Energy Research is an institution for joint energy research and policy cooperation under the Nordic Council of Ministers. The aims of our works include increasing cooperation on sustainable forms of energy, stimulating the development of new and competitive energy solutions, and supporting the Nordic region's green transition to carbon neutrality. On your chairs, you can find a postcard with information about how you can connect with us and stay updated on our work. When the Nordic ministers met in Reykjavik in October this year, they stated that it's impossible to electrify all energy consumption. It is important to work on hydrogen, ammonia, and electrofuels, new technologies that will facilitate the green transition in different sectors difficult to electrify. Our contribution from Nordic Energy Research is that we this year have funded 5 projects through our Hydrogen Valleys as Energy Hubs program, together with the other Nordic research financiers. A program that we hope will show the potential of hydrogen to become a zero-emission energy carrier in the Nordic countries by demonstrating solutions that service the entire hydrogen value chain. Today, we want to highlight some of the important work that is being done in the Nordic countries, but also to get a perspective on the concept of hydrogen valleys from our neighbors in the West. So together with Daniel Westlen, Dolf Gielen, Ada Jacobsen, Catherine Raw, and Rikke Vetter Olesen, we will dive into the world of hydrogen valleys, exploring the production and transportation of hydrogen, e-fuels, and new energy hubs in the Nordic countries and abroad. First out is Dr. Daniel Westlen. Please give him a warm applause. So, Daniel is the State Secretary to the Swedish Minister for Climate and Environment. You studied at KTH Royal Institute of Technology, where you earned a doctoral of philosophy and science, and later you have worked at Vattenfall, at the Swedish Nuclear Fuel and Waste Management Company, and also at the Liberal Party's Secretariat. You have been the council member at the Swedish Association of Graduate Engineers and the director at the Swedish Center for Nuclear Technology. The floor is yours, Daniel.
Thank you. Which mic do I use?
This one.
Yeah, so they put a reactor physicist in a state secretary in the environmental ministry, and then they closed down the environmental ministry by merging it by the Ministry of Enterprise. I guess you can imagine what kind of reactions this gave in some parts of the Swedish political debate. Now, I think that this was rather logical, because energy is at the core of the climate change and the mitigation work, importantly. We have to do lots of other things, but if we don't fix energy, we can't make it. So, putting someone who worked with energy in the center of this in the government makes sense. Today we talk about hydrogen. We see in Sweden a massive demand for hydrogen. We see a massive demand for clean hydrogen. I mean, the point of, I would call it electrification, but I call hydrogen indirect electrification, because most of this hydrogen that we see that we need will have to come from electrolysis. We have a growing demand from the steel industry. LKAB what's it called? Reducing the iron the iron oxide to iron will consume hydrogen worth 50% of the current Swedish electricity production. So that's roughly 70 terawatt hours of hydrogen, which of course is massive. But that's not all. We also need to produce fossil-free fertilizer, a massive consumer of hydrogen, as well as electrofuels for the parts of the transport sector that we cannot electrify. So for sure, there is a massive need of hydrogen. On top of this, the European Union is already using 10 million tons of hydrogen per year in different parts of industry. 10 million tons of hydrogen produced by electrolysis means 500 to 550 terawatt hours of electricity. That's 3 times the Swedish electricity production, and it corresponds to more than the French nuclear fleet's production. So we have a massive task ahead of us just to decarbonize all of this hydrogen that we're already using, because we do have to stop steam methane reforming so that our hydrogen venue does not just increase the consumption of fossil gas. Oh, thank you for that. Why do we talk so much about electrification, and why do I call hydrogen and the electrofuels indirect electrification? Well, obviously it's because the 3 sources of energy that we can expand on a massive scale, so massive that we can actually replace fossil fuels on a global scale while fighting poverty and increasing access to energy for people around the globe, are 3. And that would be solar, it would be wind, and it would be nuclear. Those are the 3 ones that we can expand on a sufficient scale. All of them produce electricity, which means using the electricity directly makes sense. Where we cannot do that, we need to produce fuels of some kind. Hydrogen is in the center of those, which puts hydrogen in the center of this. I will take this chance to briefly say a few words about the Swedish presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers the next year, 2024. We, the Nordic countries, aim to be safer, greener and freer countries. We are on our way to becoming the most sustainable and integrated region in the world. And obviously these are the priorities for the Swedish presidency for next year. Standing together in the Nordic countries makes us stronger. And actually we're kind of important in on the global scene when we are working together. On top of that, the Nordic countries are at the forefront of innovation-driven climate mitigation work. Our green tech companies export their technologies to the rest of the world and have a really big impact as exporters of green technology. Also, our export of products and services produced with very low carbon energies have a significant impact on consumer emissions all around the world already. So there is great potential in the Nordic countries and in further improving both exports of products and of green tech. I should have said something about the green shipping corridors and how they drive demand for hydrogen as well. But I will keep it short, and I look forward to listening to the panel. I will make some notes, and then I will see what kind of comments I have in the end. So I will leave it to you. Thank you.
Next, for setting some perspective to this, I also just lost my microphone here, so let's see if I can fit it. So, and I think I fixed it. Yes, so thank you. So thank you for setting some perspectives on the challenge that we have. Next up is Dolph Gielen. Let's welcome him to the stage. You have a background from IRENA, where you were the Director for Innovation and Technology, and before that you have worked at both the IEA and the United Nations. You have a PhD from Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands, and since 2022, which is quite recently, you have been the World Bank Hydrogen Lead for the Energy Management Assistance Program, and you will introduce us to some of the work done by the World Bank on scaling up clean hydrogen. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kevin, and many thanks to Nordic Energy Research for having me here. I wanted to say a few words about a publication which we have issued ahead of COP, Scaling Hydrogen Financing for Development, and put that a little bit into context. It's something we did together with the OECD and Hydrogen Council and the Global Infrastructure Facility in support of the Breakthrough Agenda. And so we are ramping up our hydrogen work. We see a very important role for exchange of international best practice. And so Scandinavian best practice, of course, is very important in that context. We have a Hydrogen for Development Partnership that has now nearly 40 partners, but that includes RISE, the Research Institutes of Sweden, and that includes also the Center for Hydrogen Energy Systems, CHES from Sweden. So, and of course, we're happy to consider also Norwegian, Danish, and Finnish participants going forward. And what we do is exchange on best practices. For example, we're currently organizing a study tour for Indian government to the Swedish cluster to learn from that best practice there. So if you look at the Scandinavian best practice, it's of course there is a very impressive and long-standing commitment on the government side for decarbonization. But also I think the close cooperation between the public and private sector is quite unique. The region is unique because it has such a high share of renewable power, which makes it easier to shift to also renewable or green hydrogen. And the approach with hubs or clusters such as Norrbotten is also interesting. I understand there's at the moment a little bit of discussions ongoing on iron ore supply, but I'm sure that will be resolved soon. But it's beyond the individual clusters. I mean, the cooperation across across the region in an international context, I think, is very important and quite unique. And if I look at the questions we're getting now from Latin America, for example, I mean, they would very much like to have something similar, but there's still a long way to go to get there. Now, in a developing country context, what we see is that there is plenty of good ideas to do projects and intent. The problem is if it gets to front-end engineering and design, there's virtually no projects. So everything is stuck in the early stages. And the question is, how do you de-bottleneck that pipeline and get it to a final investment decision? And I think also from that perspective, from how do you design the projects, how do you make the contracts work, I think there's a lot to be learned from Scandinavian countries. We've done quite some risk analysis. Our conclusion is that apart from offtake, everybody's talking about, there's also a number of other risks to look at, such as political risk, the enabling infrastructure, the issue of fiscal aspects of it, technology aspects, permitting risk, and the macroeconomic context. And again, I think there's a lot of best practices from Scandinavia, from the Nordic countries to learn from. So what can you do if you want to get to a business case? You can make the conventional hydrogen more expensive. You can innovate, try to reduce the unit cost for the green hydrogen or clean hydrogen, and you can try to reduce the cost of financing. And in order to reduce the cost of financing, you need to look at general project risks, but there's also a number of hydrogen-specific risks to look at. So that's where we're currently focusing. And we're putting together a 10 gigawatt initiative with the idea of getting 10 gigawatts of green hydrogen projects to final investment decision in developing countries in the next 3 years. And we do that from different angles. So from government support through IBRD, but also private sector support and also risk mitigation instruments through the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. So that's where we are, and we're ramping up our engagement in hydrogen, and we're very happy to engage more closely also with the Nordic countries on this. Thank you.
So I was just taking part in a panel on carbon capture and storage, and I think that what we see here is that some of the same issues that we see in the carbon capture and storage sector is also present in the hydrogen value chain, where there is a lot of projects, but the financial investment decisions are lagging behind. So today we will invite up 3 speakers or panelists that are doing something to close that gap. So our first panelist and speaker is Ada Jacobsen. Please come to the stage. Ada is the CEO of Maritime Cleantech. I think you can take a chair if you'd like as well, or you can use this one. Maritime Cleantech is an innovation network with over 150 partners covering every stage of the value chain for the green transition of the ocean industries. And today you will tell us a bit about how you realize breakthrough technologies for using hydrogen-based fuels, including some of the world's first hydrogen-driven ships. So take it away.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, State Secretary, for mentioning the green corridors. And that's my starting point for this talk. So Maritime Cleantech is a private-public collaboration tool, and we have been doing so in the last 10 years. And through that collaboration, we have actually achieved some breakthrough tech using hydrogen fuel. And 2023 marks a very important year and milestone because there is now demonstrated hydrogen on a barge in Europe, and also from March 2023, a ferry, Hydra, is now operating on liquid hydrogen. So from pilots and from planning and PowerPoints, this is now real. It is happening in the Nordics. And the next normal question would then be, how can we develop and scale this? And one thing is obviously to think about export potential, but the most important and the big theme here at COP is how do we accelerate? And what we see is that you can demonstrate this technology. It works, it is safe, it is used with people. So 300 people can be on this ferry, 80 cars, and it runs for 2 weeks at a time with the liquid hydrogen. So we see that the secret sauce in realizing the project, it's obviously you need to know the technology, but there must be close collaboration with all parts. And for ferries, that means the municipality, it means the road administration, it means the maritime administration and class societies, and together we can realize the projects, but there needs to be efficiency in the next steps. So our key message is really that now, actually, if you look at the hydrogen-based fuels, so methanol, hydrogen, ammonia, one of our 150 partners have achieved and have demonstrated this. Now the additional fuel solution, LOHC, different types of fuel cells, it needs to be demonstrated. But it is there, and the next is to have performance additions and performance improvements, and we need to move forward with precision and speed. And the natural thing to talk about is market mechanisms, and to talk about getting the real volume so that we can move beyond the one ferry. So very much looking forward to be part of the panel here.
Thank you. If you could give me the microphone, and you can take a chair. So next up will be Catherine. So welcome, Catherine. So Catherine is the managing director at SSE Thermal, with responsibility for the strategy, performance, and development of the company's flexible power generation and energy storage activities via carbon capture and storage and hydrogen technologies. You have an extensive operational commercial experience from your previous roles at the international mining firm Barrick Gold, where you were both the Chief Operating Officers for North America and Chief Financial Officer. Prior to this, you worked as a Managing Director and Fund Manager at BlackRock, one of the largest fund management companies that we have. And today, you will give us a perspective on the UK view on Hydrogen Valley. So welcome.
Thank you. So yes, I'm slightly the odd one out in that I'm not sure I classify as Nordic, but there's a long history there which we won't go into. So SSE is a power utility in the UK and Ireland, and now beyond. We've got portfolio in Southern Europe. Effectively, we're positioning ourselves to be a leading energy provider in a net zero world. And that's very much driven by the UK's target of decarbonising the power system by 2035. So as a provider of renewable power, of networks, and of thermal power, effectively our whole strategy now is how to get the UK and other jurisdictions to net zero as fast as possible. So we have committed to spending £40 billion, so $50 billion US dollars, across renewables, be it offshore wind, onshore wind, solar, batteries, hydro, pumped hydro. We're looking at networks, so we run the networks in Scotland, as well as distribution networks in Scotland in the south. So being able to invest in those networks in order to be able to take that renewables onto the system. And then we run gross 7.5 gigawatts of thermal power. So flexible power generation. And so by sitting across that whole electricity system, what we're realizing is for a net zero electricity system that's renewables led, you need to deal with the inconvenient truth of backup capacity. And what do you do when the sun's not shining, when it's cold and it's not windy? And in fact, that's exactly what the last 2 weeks has been like in the UK. We've been at -2, there's been no wind, and guess what? Our fleet has been running baseload. But it's only running baseload for 2 weeks, and then you can be off for weeks. So you've got this fascinating situation that has led us to hydrogen. It's led us to CCS. It's saying, okay, so how do you decarbonize that hard-to-abate part of the electricity system? So specific to this, where I come in is to say, well, actually, as a builder of renewable wind, and particularly large-scale offshore wind, so we're building the biggest offshore wind farm with our partners Equinor, and a part of ENI at Dogger Bank. And we want to build more, so we've got other projects in the pipeline. What we're seeing is that offshore wind is constrained by grid. And so our pace of building renewable wind is limited by can you get a grid connection. So hydrogen, for us, is a route to market. And so it was seen as a great way of being able to accelerate renewable wind development and produce a product that you can then sell either locally or internationally. The flip side, as a thermal power generator, is that I need a low-carbon fuel to be able to deliver thermal power generation at scale. Now, I can either do that through power CCS, which was what the last conversation was very interesting about, or I can do it via hydrogen. And the perfect thing there is that we're effectively the whole hydrogen value chain. So we have renewable power delivering potentially electrons to produce green hydrogen. We have gas storage facilities in salt caverns in Yorkshire that can convert and be developed into the storage solution for hydrogen. And we are the off-taker in potentially the hydrogen power stations. And so by that, in the Humber, which is where I'm getting to the point, we have now come up with partners Equinor and ourselves looking at, okay, how can we deliver that value chain within a single ecosystem on the east coast of the UK, which is already an energy estuary. It's already the largest industrial emitter in the UK. And can hydrogen be the solution? And can SSE, along with Equinor, have that role across the value chain? So that's where we come in terms of the topics today. So thank you.
Next up is Rikke Vetter Olufsen. Please come to the stage. I'm not sure which mic you'll get. Yeah. So, Rikke is the Deputy Director General of the Danish Maritime Authority, a position you have had since 2017. The Danish Maritime Authority is a governmental agency under the Ministry of Industry, Businesses and Financial Affairs in Denmark. You hold a master's degree in political science from Aarhus University, and you are an experienced governmental official, not least in the maritime field, where you have experience from 2008. In your position, you, among other tasks, had the Danish delegation to the climate negotiations at IMO, and you're also a member of the Executive Committee for Mission Innovation's Zero Emission Shipping Emission, an international public-private partnership working to facilitate the green transition to green shipping sector through innovation. So we're looking forward to hear more about what you have to bring to this conversation as well. Welcome.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for inviting me on this very interesting panel, where I feel like the odd one out. Sort of our angle to this is that we, as the Danish Maritime Authority, see ourselves as an important part of the maritime community, and not least the maritime value chain. And as shipping is one of the hard-to-abate sectors, and also important off-taker of alternative fuels, preferably hydrogen-based, we see that we play an important role in making this possible. And we do this from very different angles. First of all, of course, we see it as our most important task to send the signals from the negotiations in the IMO, sending a clear signal to industry that they should invest and that we expect them to decarbonize. Secondly, we try to promote this through private-public partnerships. As you mentioned, the Zero Emission Shipping Mission, where we're trying to demonstrate how to do this in a feasible way and try to clear some of the barriers through our projects. But also with the Nordic cooperation we have under the Nordic Council of Ministers, where we work with our Norwegian and Swedish colleagues in terms of green corridors, as you didn't mention, and I think that is one step to the solution, because then it's sort of limited scale. You can see how it's working, and you can draw some experience, and you can learn from it, and do it in a bigger scale afterwards. And lastly, we play, of course, a very important role in making sure that the ships that are sailing out there on the hydrogen-based fuels are actually safe for both the seafarers and for the ships themselves, but also in the ports. And in that sense, we are also working ahead of the regulation, and that makes it even more important that we are trying to be innovative and also have an eye for security in this. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you bring the microphone with you, we'll have a quick panel debate. So I have a question first. So hydrogen valleys are a concept that is being discussed all over the world. And the Nordic countries in particular, but also the UK is globally relatively far to the north. Are there any special characteristics of a hydrogen value chain in our countries that makes them different than they would be in other countries? Are there any specific characteristics that would be relevant for the North European hydrogen value chains?
I can answer that question insofar as I think what makes the Nordic countries and the UK unique is the North Sea, actually, in the scheme of things. Because either the gas economies that have been created, at least in the UK, and therefore the industrial clusters that have resulted, are directly linked to the continental shelf and the fact that there was gas. And now that's translating into the logic of hydrogen and offshore wind. And so what you've got is, you've got a source of plentiful energy, I suppose, and it's being located on coastal regions that are able to get it to the user very quickly. So it's having the source of hydrogen close to the off-taker. And in the unique situation in the UK, which I don't know is as relevant in other Nordic countries, it's then the salt caverns that come with that. So you have your value chain in a cluster that allows you to build a hydrogen ecosystem relatively quickly.
Ada, would you say that that's true for the Norwegian side as well?
I was nodding while my colleague here was speaking. I think it's a key, this North Sea point there. So what we are seeing with the projects that go beyond the ferry sector is that and the most forward-leaning and the most promising are the ones that are for offshore windmills, for instance, and for the energy sector. And I think that that is where both the know-how and also the need in order to realize the offtake that we all are looking for is. So I think that's a very big key. And I think a lot of the time we talk about green corridors. And I forgot in my intro to say that a ferry corridor, that's the micro green corridor from 3 kilometers, right? The next micro green corridor, which is within, for instance, national waters, is, for instance, the North Sea. And then the third one is the one that we normally talk about for green corridors. So I completely agree with what was said here.
Would you like to add on, Rikke?
I think my good colleagues covered it all.
Good. So another question for you, Ada. So you're working mostly with the maritime industry, and so is Rikke as well. Would you say that the barriers for adopting hydrogen as a maritime fuel are mostly on the vessel side or on the port side of the value chain?
Right now, it's on the port side. And when I say on the port side, I mean on the land side of things. It is proven in terms of technology that it is possible, but we need the market-based mechanisms in order for investment decisions to be made. And that goes from, obviously, the production of green fuel, but also on the port side with the infrastructure.
And Rikke, as a governmental organization, how can the Danish Maritime Authority assist the development and help organizations like Maritime Clean Tech develop these technologies?
Can I answer on the first one as well? Because I think that in terms of investments, I was in a panel earlier today where there was presented an analysis on the availability of alternative fuels in alignment with the IMO goal for the 2030, and it showed that actually if all the projects out there planned are being realized, we are well above the 5%. So and actually the hurdle is not necessarily within the fuel production, but it's actually the capacity of the yards in terms of building the ships. So I think it's more complicated than just producing the fuels. I think that, if we actually get the offshore wind going and all the other renewables, I think we're good to go on the fuel production side. So it's more on actually having, for my part, the ships ready to actually bunker the fuels. Yeah.
Interesting.
I think that that is a very interesting perspective, and I would love to talk more to you about that after. Obviously, yard capacity in a system where you want to change many things rapidly is key. So we are also working on a lot of projects, both on kind of retrofits and new buildings. But for the transition that we are trying to achieve, yard availability will be very interesting indeed. So I support that perspective as well. So many things to be fixed at the same time. Difficult priorities will be made. And key message is that technology is there. I guess capacity on actually getting the technology out there is one, and number two is then to have the investment decisions so that the yards will be full is a second one. And to add to that complex picture, there will also be a little bit of a challenge with competence in terms of actually working with these new ships and new energy systems on board of these ships.
Would you like to add something? Yeah.
And I think that's where we play an active role in finding the good solution to make it safe to sell these new ships with completely different fuels, with different risks, and also making the ports ready to handle them. All these ports are situated in populated areas, which poses new threats that has to be accommodated as well. So I think there's a lot of things there where we as administrations also play an important role in making it, of course, safe, but also that approvals go through in a somewhat hastened pace. So it's not the administrations sitting on their hands holding back investments.
So thank you. Going back to the UK and you, Catherine, would you say that the discussion on hydrogen in the UK seems different than the discussion in the Nordics?
I think there are similarities. I think perhaps we're still earlier stage, or the way we've approached it is different. So I think hydrogen as being a necessary part of a net zero system is the same conversation. I think the role it plays is unclear. And it's primarily because government policy is focused on production rather than users and off-takers. And they're only now, or the transport and storage system. So it's only now that we're beginning to start to piece it together and actually piece the mechanisms and business models that are going to be required in order to create that ecosystem. So that's, there's an announcement coming next week, I believe. It's all very hush-hush, so you never know. But given I'm part of some of the supply chain and skills workshop, I've got an inside track. The announcement's coming to start the first projects. And with that, I think you then begin to see a supply chain that's motivated. You begin to see a transport and storage network that is going to get planned. And with that, you can begin to see where your offtake should be located. And together, I think that gets us to the right place. But it feels to me, and maybe it's just looking from the outside in, and this is why COP's so useful, it feels to me like the UK has done a lot of thinking, but not a lot of doing. And other countries are doing more doing, which means they accelerate their thinking. And so I would like us to do a bit more doing, I think.
Interesting. From you, Ada and Rikke, do you have any examples from the UK or the Europe or other places in the world where the Nordics could learn within the space of hydrogen valleys? Are there things that other countries are doing that the Nordic countries should adopt?
Well, not specifically on hydrogen valleys, but in general, I think for us it's really important when we are ahead of sort of regulation and what is known, it's really important to share the experiences and learn from our colleagues in all our both our Nordic countries, but also with our colleagues in other countries that are ahead of us. For instance, we look to Singapore, Japan, where they have ammonia ships, and I think we need to learn from them as well. And we also have a good dialogue with our Norwegian colleagues on these, because this is the only way where we can find a common way. Because I mean, with a ship, it's not useful if it's only approved in one end with the flag state, but if the port states are not interested in receiving the ship, I mean, we are nowhere. So it goes without saying we need dialogue and knowledge sharing.
And Ada?
I think it was very well covered here, but really big thinking, large-scale implementation also needs very bold and precise, but also forward-leaning politicians and policies. I am very positive of what I have seen so far now in, for instance, in our maritime domain in IMO, in the EU. I do think that we also need national policies and the Nordic coordination on top of that. So if there's anything that I want to see bigger and bolder. Obviously, you want very high precision, but we also need to have the feedback loop of learning and to move forward. And so we need to deploy sometimes before we have 100% of the answers. So that's my 2 cents on that question.
Thank you.
The one thing I think that there needs to be more collaboration on is the standardization and particularly definitions and taxonomy around hydrogen. So the UK's agnostic when it comes to blue or green, as long as it's low carbon. And what is the definition of low carbon and how do you standardize that? In order to scale up hydrogen fast, I think we need to make sure that we're in line with Europe and eventually in line globally, in order that you don't create barriers as to what is defined as low carbon or green or blue or whatever, but low carbon hydrogen, in order then you can sell it and you can market it and you can create liquidity. And I think that is happening, but it's not happening fast enough.
So thank you to the panel. Please give them an applause. So Daniel, would you please come back to the floor? I think you can take a microphone here. So, bigger and bolder were the messages from Ada.
Yeah, I made lots of notes, and it's quite messy. So let's see if I can figure it out. First, I would like to add a few words on the obstacles I see, starting with EU regulation. Not all of you panelists were concerned, but then again, we have conflicting EU regulations that become very obvious when we talk about hydrogen. When we are producing hydrogen from solar and wind through electrolysis, we waste about half of the energy, since we need twice as much electricity as we get out as hydrogen. Now, I claim this is not a problem at all, since there will be, on windy days and sunny days, electricity in excess. So that's not an issue. We already see that. But we do have the Energy Efficiency Directive in the European Union claiming that we have to reduce electricity consumption in absolute numbers. So this doesn't compute. We can't have a situation where we want to use much more electricity when it's abundant to avoid carbon emissions, and also have directives saying we can't do that. Another way of looking at this is kerosene for flights. It's much more energy efficient to just boil or burn the fossil kerosene in the flight engines than to produce electro-kerosene through captured carbon and hydrogen. So the Energy Efficiency Directive is basically forcing us to keep using kerosene. So something has to change. That's one of them. It's very interesting that you raised the matter of getting a permit to connect to the grid, because that's what we see in Sweden as well. When you start planning for big wind farms offshore, you cannot really be so sure that you can connect those to the grids, and that's becoming much more obvious to the people planning these farms. So basically it seems that the coming 10 years, all of these will be used to produce hydrogen. That's going to be what they're used for. They will obviously be connected to the grid, but the electricity will only be delivered to the grid occasionally when the grid can take it and when it's needed. So the first, all of this electricity production that we're adding through wind farms in the Baltic and the North Sea around the Swedish coast will produce hydrogen. That we need. We need a lot of hydrogen for the iron making and for fertilizers and electrofuels. But not to forget methanol as feedstock for industry, because we also always talk about the fossil fuels. We also have to remember that we have to replace all the fossil feedstock in terms of fossil gas and oil that industry uses to produce our products. So those were a few obstacles that we can manage, but we have to start dealing with. I think there will be a while before we start producing electricity from hydrogen, and that has to do with physics again. Since it's so energy inefficient to go from electricity to hydrogen back to electricity, it's going to be, hydrogen is going to be valuable. And there are going to be many uses for hydrogen which has a high high added value of using the hydrogen. So burning it is probably the last thing we want to do, and we will only do it when electricity prices are very high, which we might want to avoid in the first place through planning our electricity system, because people don't really like it when prices go very much up and down in an unpredictable manner. I was very pleased to hear about the ferry, the Hydra ferry, the project. These kind of proof of concept projects are obviously very important to show that we can change things and we can have shipping. Now this is a short distance, 3 kilometers you said. But then again, if you can run it for, what was it, 2 weeks before refueling? Yeah. So it can go much, much further than 3 kilometers, which is good news, because long-haul shipping is an issue, and even medium-haul shipping. Short ferries, maybe electricity in batteries would be an option, but for the long-haul shipping, we don't have many alternatives. Good news, though, that came earlier this week was that Bill Gates, together with Ørsted, is investing in a methanol fabrication plant producing non-fossil methanol in Örnsköldsvik in Sweden for ships. Yeah, very good news. I was so glad to hear that it's finally happening. That kind of relates both to the Nordics, to hydrogen, and to shipping. So I thought that was a very good example to raise. Yeah. Finally, I think the Nordic collaboration here has very big potential, and that is because we are culturally alike, and we enjoy, especially we Swedes, enjoy hanging out with the rest of you. But then again, it's also because of the physics of the pipelines. To become a bit technical, you know, electricity lines are not that efficient. They take up a lot of space, and they don't really transfer that much energy. But pipelines filled with hydrogen, they can transfer enormous amounts of energy without really being noticed. So chances of moving around big chunks of energy are very good with hydrogen pipelines. And you see that already in the northern parts of Sweden and Finland, that we have well-established plans to build pipeline networks for hydrogen to connect the Swedish and Finnish industry and the producers of hydrogen. So maybe the summary will end with that Nordic collaboration quote. So, thank you so much. It was very interesting to listen to.
Thank you as well, Daniel. So thank you to the speakers, Daniel, Dolf, Ada, Catherine, and Rikke. Could you please come to the stage, and you'll each get a small gift from us at Nordic Energy Research. But also thank you to the listeners in the room and online. In just a few minutes, we will have a Nordic Energy reception, and that means that at some point we will need to empty the room so that the invited people can get in. But if you want to wait around, you might be lucky and secure a leftover spot. So thank you, and see you tomorrow here at the Nordic Pavilion.